Okay. I'd like to call the open portion of this meeting to order. Today is June 8th, 2015. Welcome to the Princeton Council meeting. Before we get started, this was a sad week for Princeton with the passing of Peggy Karcher, who served on Borough Council from 2000 to 2009 for several years as council president. She was a champion for Corner House and a champion for our community. And I know there are several other of my colleagues up here who are close to her who might want to say something before we have a moment of silence. Mr. Lieberman?
Yeah, as many of you know, within the last year or so, I have been battling and have gone through, and thank God, a scare with cancer. I have stage 4. Number 2, throat cancer. And during that battle, I received a phone call from Florida, and it was from Peggy Karcher, as she was going through her own battle. But being so supportive and so loving, I just can't explain in words how much that really, really touched me. All through the years that Peggy and I worked through served on the board of Corner House, she was a first-class, there's no one, I would say, and I'm not putting anyone down, but there's very few council people that I've served with that could stand in the shoes of Peggy Karcher. And we lost a great person, but her memory will live and stay among all of us, and she's done a lot for Princeton. We have a lot to be proud of. So, thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Butler.
Thank you. If I'd like to piggyback on Lance's comments. We heard about the tragic deaths of John and Alicia Nash over Memorial Day weekend, and the contrast of the glorious weather and the enormity of our loss and the solemnity of the holiday weekend caused me to reflect on the other losses that our community has suffered over the last several months and what that means to our town. When I joined the Friends of the Library back in the late 90s, there were 3 wonderful gentlemen on the board. Jim Harford, whose lovely wife Millie was one of the founders of Stewart Country Day School, Arthur Morgan, who's a scholar and a gentleman, and Jerry Wright, who is a trustee of Williamson School and a longstanding member of the Princeton community. And with Jerry's recent passing, all 3 gentlemen are gone from our community within the last year or so, and it really is a great loss. We also lost beloved Father Pat Connor, who was just a terrific human being. He was the priest up at Stewart Country Day and also at Lawrenceville. He was the author and had 15 minutes of fame over his book, Whom to Not Marry, and it's a book I'd recommend for all the single ladies. Leonard Punia, he was a supporter of many Jewish causes and a significant supporter of the hospital. His daughter Cheryl and his daughter-in-law Cheryl and son Joe are stalwart supporters of Corner House also. And we recognized the passing of William Scheide, a few months ago. And it struck me that the landscape of our intellectual, political, philanthropic leaders is changing dramatically in our community. And I hope we can all honor their legacies by doing our part to fill the void, although I can't do much to help out John Nash. Since we haven't met since Memorial Day, I'd like to thank the Spirit of Princeton for a wonderfully organized parade and commemoration, and also thank the Garden Club of Princeton for keeping the All Wars Monument in such great shape. It really looks terrific. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And now please join me for a moment of silence. Please join me now for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item on our agenda tonight is a proclamation honoring the 800th anniversary of the sealing of the Magna Carta, and I think it helps to put our work here tonight in context. We do have a very long agenda, so I'll just read a piece of this. Whereas the Charter became widely known as the Magna Carta, or the Great Charter of England, and over many years became understood as applying to all people, and whereas due to the principles embodied in the Magna Carta, English settlers in the American colonies brought forth colonial charters to protect individual liberties and rights, and eventually enshrine the protection of liberties and rights in the United States Constitution in 1789. And whereas June 15th, 2015 marks the 800th anniversary of the sealing of the Magna Carta, and it is fitting and desirable that we commemorate this great and transformative event of 800 years ago. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of this significant anniversary, the Mayor and Council of Princeton hereby proclaims June 15th, 2015 as Magna Carta Day in Princeton, New Jersey. Thank you. Yeah, you can come here, Beth.
Would you permit 30 seconds of comment? I just wanted to say, it would be very easy to marginalize the influence of the Magna Carta on the American colonies, and I just wanted to share with you something. I have a copy of each of you that kind of points in the other direction. When the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia in September of 1774, they kept a journal of the proceedings, and that journal contains, on the frontispiece, a seal that was designed by Charles Thompson, who would go on to design the Great Seal of the United States. And I'll give this to each of you, but what I wanted to point out is the design of this seal has 12 arms representing each of the 12 colonies that attended the First Continental Congress. Georgia didn't go, supporting a central column topped by what's called a Phrygian cap, or cap of liberty, same as on the New Jersey Great Seal. And there's a Latin inscription saying, "Upon this will rely, this will defend." And at the bottom, only 2 words, Magna Carta.
Thank you. Maybe we'll try to scan that, and we'll include it in a copy of the minutes from this meeting. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our meeting of April 13th, 2015. Are there any corrections?
No,
Or is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Liverman and seconded by Ms. Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And Mr. Miller abstains, because he was not in attendance at that meeting.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Ms. Butler seconded.
Bernie abstained.
Okay, we do have a very full agenda tonight, and I know there's people here for different items, so I just wanted to get a show of hands before we move on, because we can try to move things around so everybody gets, doesn't have to stay here till 11 p.m. with all the rest of us.
Come on.
So if you're here for the Lytle Street discussion, can you please raise your hand? Okay. Overnight parking? And you can raise your hand more than once if you're here for more than one item. For Ernsick? For Edge Hill? Okay. There's people here for everything. Anybody else here for something I didn't mention? And sewers.
You know, we could do the Edge Hill pretty quickly, and they're gone.
Okay, so we're going to start with comments from the public, and this is on items that are not already on the agenda. So I ask, unless you have to leave, if you're here to speak about Lytle Street or something else, that you wait until we get to that part of the agenda. So is there anybody who'd like to speak on anything that's not already on the agenda? Okay. In that case, Ms. Butler suggests that we do the Edge Hill just because we don't expect that to take very long. So why don't we start with those two ordinance public hearings? So we're going to start with the first ordinance public hearing, an ordinance by Princeton regulating parking along Edge Hill Street and a portion of the north side of Mercer Street in the vicinity of Edge Hill Street and amending the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974. Is there anybody, I'd like to open the public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this ordinance? This is just for the parking changes on Edge Hill.
And could we offer to talk, that the public comment could concern all three? I mean, so people, if they want to talk about all
No,
three...
because the third one is sewer, and I think by law, we have to take each one separately since the
Well, I mean,
ordinance
just
is...
the public could just get them all out of the way in one...
There's going to be two public hearings. The first one is on the changing of the parking, and the second one's about the changing of the lowering of the speed limit.
Okay, and the changing of parking on Mercer Street?
Edge Hill.
Yes, it's a,
Yes. And a
yes, it's
portion
a
of Mercer.
portion of the north side of Mercer.
But you have to get to the microphone if you want to speak, so you can get picked up. And then before, sorry to keep interrupting you, but if you could state your name and address so that it goes into the record.
Okay, Betsy Brown. I live on Edge Hill Street. I'm... Okay,
Directly in the mic, yeah.
like this?
Yes.
This? Is this okay? Okay, can people hear me now? Okay, very strongly in favor of this ordinance. It may sound confusing to people who don't live in the neighborhood. If you do travel through Edge Hill, as hundreds of people do, and try to turn left, you know the visibility is absolutely horrible. And because people tend to speed coming down the hill on Mercer Street, it's actually a very dangerous intersection. I feel very strongly that removing this parking place, one parking place on Mercer, would help to make it somewhat safer and would increase visibility. And I would add, I've witnessed one very, very serious accident on that location, and because of the speed and the hills, an accident at that corner could be quite serious in the future.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this ordinance? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and is there a motion from council?
I'll move.
Second.
It's moved by Mr. Miller and seconded by Ms. Butler. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crummiller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
The ordinance passes unanimously. The next is an ordinance by Princeton reducing the speed limit on Edge Hill Street from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour and amending the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974. And I'd like to open the public hearing for this ordinance. Is there anybody who'd like to speak?
I'll speak again. I'll speak in favor. Edge Hill Street is a very, very narrow street, also very heavily traveled. It has parking all along the west side, and it is also a two-way street. So theoretically, it should be 3 vehicles wide. The fact is, unless the vehicles are very, very compact cars, it's not 3 vehicles wide. And when there's a lot of parking, especially if construction vehicles are there, what happens is that if drivers come in opposite directions, one of them has to pull over somewhere and let the other driver weave his way around them. And most drivers are very considerate, realistic, etc. Every once in a while, you run into a driver who's not familiar with the idiosyncrasies of this road, and they try to speed through and just scatter anything in their wake. And I do think that lowering the speed limit would actually be helpful, partly as a signal to drivers unfamiliar to the road that this is a road where they actually need to be cautious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and is there any discussion, or is there a motion from council?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Liverman and seconded by Ms. Crummiller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crummiller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
The ordinance passes unanimously, and I think just to keep things easy for our clerk, we'll do the third public hearing, and then we can be done with all of our public hearings for this evening. This is an ordinance by Princeton concerning sewer service charges and amending the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974, and the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968. I'd like to open the public hearing, and Mr. Goldfarb.
I'm David Goldfarb, 12 Charlton Street. I'm Chair of the Princeton Sewer Operating Committee. I'm here to speak not directly to the ordinance, although I appreciate the fact that you've adjusted the rates to be the appropriate amount.
Yep.
I would point out a couple of things. One is, as I've mentioned before you here, the investment that we've made in our sewer system has reduced the overall cost of Princeton's annual sewer treatment by about $1 million a year. So whatever the rates are, you can extrapolate another $1 million on top, and that's the return on the investment that we've made. There's additional investment that will provide similar returns, and I hope that we maintain the level of sewer repair so that we can reduce the extraneous flow in our system. Also, I want to address the issue of connection fees, because in addition to annual sewer service charges, we charge a connection fee for people who add additional flow to the system. And that connection fee is designed to reimburse existing users for their investment in the system, so that when new people come in, the people who've already invested in the system are repaid, and the new people don't get the service for free after the existing people have already made the investment. That connection fee is based on the overall capital costs of the system, including the investment at Stony Brook, and it has not been adjusted since 1999. So you can just imagine the investment that we've made, and all the people who've connected since 1999 have not paid their fair share for connecting to the system. The money that comes from the connection fee offsets the cost of doing the repairs. We're long overdue for adjusting our connection fee. I know it's a difficult task, because we have to go back and look at everything that we've invested in order to calculate what the connection fee is. But we've brought this to the attention of Bob Huff, and I know he's brought it to the attention of the administrator and the financial staff. I'm here to remind you that this is something that needs to be done, and it needs to be done in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will follow up on that. Ms. Butler, did you?
I was asking my colleague Jenny if she wanted to say something about the thanks we owe to David Goldfarb, really, for getting us to make that contribution to our sewers. I think really without your efforts, we wouldn't be where we are, so thank you.
And yes, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Simon. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crummiller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the ordinance passes unanimously. Now we'll go back up to the start of the agenda and start with our reports. And I'm going to ask Mr. DeShield for our first report, and this is on Lytle Street. I know we've had several meetings about this property over the past couple months, and I want to thank Mr. DeShield for the time he spent in meeting with the neighbors, in meeting with the preservation group. I want to thank John Heilner, Daniel Harris, Kip Cherry, Shirley Satterfield, and others here tonight who've really put in an inordinate amount of time trying to work out a compromise and something that's going to be viable financially. And I'm pleased to say, I think a lot of progress has been made since our last meeting, and I want to turn things over to Mark to walk us through what our options are at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to do is just walk through the agenda and what the options are before council, and then I have a recommendation. And again, we've come a long way since we began this process. The council has before there's really two options, and you'll see two resolutions before council. The first resolution authorizing the township attorney to prepare a resolution that will rescind the ordinance. What this would do, in fact, would result in the township abandoning the expansion of the Mary Moss Park onto the property at 3331 Lytle Street. And that's an option that you have this evening. Option two is a resolution that will authorize the attorney to prepare an ordinance for the purchase of the property. And under this scenario, we would prepare an ordinance that allow us to purchase this property. And again, we've had a number of discussions with the community groups, and I think we've come to a conclusion that the rehabilitation of that property is not financially feasible. However, as of Friday, we received a new proposal that we do think is worthwhile for the Township Council to consider and look at. And under that new proposal, the community group is proposing to have affordable housing on one of the two lots. 31, 33 lots, as you know, are two separate lots, is to provide expansion of the park on the lots closest to the park and the addition of affordable housing on the second lot. They have also identified a partner in Habitat for Humanities, and I have Mr. Tom Caruso here. I'm going to ask him to come up a little later just to tell you about the Habitat process. Based on the fact that they now have a partner, we're looking only at one lot. I believe the council should consider and look at the possibilities of actually doing this affordable and whether it works or not. There's a good possibility with a partner that this may work. My recommendation for the council this evening would be to purchase the entire lot for the expansion of the park. With that process, it will give us some time to work with the community group to determine whether we can put in line all of the factors that we put in place, including financial, some of the zoning issues, all in line to ensure that we can place affordable housing on that lot, and then we'll do that. So what I'm recommending at this point is that the council, if they choose to go that route, that they also give time for the community group to see if they can put affordable housing on that lot and make a contribution of the land to the affordable. And I'm going to ask Mr. Caruso if he would come forward just to give you an idea of where Habitat for Humanities is on this process.
Hi, I'm Tom Caruso. I'm Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Trenton. Bad name because we actually serve Mercer County. We've built 87 homes in Mercer County. We actually have two here in Princeton on Lee Avenue, 52A and B, and it's my understanding, well before my time, that we did work at 29 Lytle Street and rehab that house. Our process is, first of all, we hold the mortgages for these homes. They're 0% mortgages. Currently, we write 20-year mortgages. I don't know if this mortgage would be 20 or 30 years, to be determined. We go out and we vet our homeowners, so they go through a process of Habitat to make sure that they can afford the house, that they can maintain the house, and that we do background checks and credit checks. So unlike maybe some banks, we will also do, and this is the banking part of Habitat, we will do a background check because we're not selling a house to a sex offender. And people know that when they apply for the house, so we do that. Once the people get the house or get on the list for the house, they have to put in 300 hours of sweat equity. So they have to work for the house. They have to attend 6 classes. Those classes are things like budgeting, finance, home ownership classes. They have to put $2,500 in monthly payments to us for closing costs. Once they've done that, they're able to get the home. We then go out, and what we had talked about with Mark is we would help raise funds for these houses. Depending on what we would figure the house would cost, we work with an architect to go through those scenarios, understand what we could or could not build here in the town of Princeton. We'd have to get ourselves educated, I guess is the right word, on the building codes here, because we don't understand those. So that's a learning process, and that will dictate some of the things we can and cannot do here in Princeton. Once we've done all of that, we'll come up with a proposal, and we would submit it to Mark and the town. If you agree with that, we submit it to the Habitat Board, and we get approval to build the houses. Do you have questions that I can answer? I know that was very fast.
Yeah, I have a question. I just want to be clear about this proposal that's in front of us tonight versus the ones we've considered before. So what you're proposing is to build on a vacant space, right, on the lot?
That is correct.
And I know there's been a lot of discussion about the porch and some of the workmanship, and is there a way, have you thought about in a plan how to preserve some of that, the pieces of that porch and incorporate that?
We have, what we would do is, as much of the porch, and when I say the porch, I don't mean the roof, and I don't mean the floor, I mean the structure that holds the porch up, and there's some nice workmanship that's done there. We could take that all, and as much of that as we can preserve, we will preserve and put it on the porch or porches of the new house or houses. And I say that because I don't know if it's one or two at this point, but we would put that there. The floor of the porch, it's a floor. It's just boards. So we would raise it to the same height that's there right now, so it would fit in with the rest of the street, and that much we would do, absolutely. We understand that.
Mr. Lieberman, did you?
Yeah, what would be the timeline that you would want us to work with you with?
Well, at first, I don't know how long it would take to get through this process, but it is my experience, if you will, that once we get an architect involved to going through the entire process of can we build it or can't we build it, and what would it look like, and that's about a year process, going through zoning boards, planning boards, preparing for all of those things. So we're talking about 2017 here.
Mr. Miller?
You mentioned the possibility of 2 units or 1 unit. And could you clarify that a bit? 2 affordable units or 1 affordable unit and 1 unit that is not affordable?
All units would be affordable.
What would you be building?
All units would be affordable.
And are there any restrictions on who can apply to live in those affordable units?
No, we don't have any restrictions. I don't know if you all would want to do something.
One of the issues that we'll have to deal with is making sure that whatever units are created, will be counted by the COA regulations, so we'll work together to try to figure out to make sure that that does happen.
That's what I was going to ask.
Ms. Butler?
Well, I just want to drill down on that a little bit. We can absolutely ensure that these will qualify for COA credit?
That'll be one of the requirements that I would bring back to council when this happens, is we would have to work that out. That's the only way this works.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we bring this, we have an Affordable Housing Board meeting tomorrow, and maybe we can talk about this tomorrow in regard to the COA credits? So we can bring something back to the board.
I mean, I have some other comments to my colleagues, but I don't have any more questions. I mean, I don't want to make you
okay.
stand up.
Thank you.
I mean, if we go ahead tonight, we're not necessarily committing ourselves to Habitat for Humanity. I mean, it seems like it's going to work out, but we're not really taking any formal steps that are toward that. This is all.
That is correct.
We hope that it works, and it seems like it's going to, but we're not. But it's possible that, say, another nonprofit developer could come along, or that this won't work, and then we'll just fall back.
That is correct. There's a number of
original-
steps we need to go through
Right.
to ensure that this actually
Right.
works.
But
We'll go through that process.
given those things, I think it's a good idea to purchase the property.
Ms. Butler?
Yes, I'm in favor of purchasing the property, but I'm thinking about the timeline, the sort of architect, planning board, zoning board, about a year. Is that a year until you start it? Or you would be doing that and you would be shoveling the ground at 1 year? And also, along with that, do you start the project do you have a goal for the fundraising, and do you start the project if you haven't achieved your fundraising goal, and is there any obligation on our part if you don't make that?
Okay. Well, Mark told me you were going to write a check for the entire amount tonight. So we go out and we do fundraising. We will not start the project until we have the fundraising completed. So we don't want to build half a house and say, oh, gee whiz, we have to wait for the other half. So we would do that. In the past, we have gone forward to get monies from corporations in the area, faith organizations in the area, individuals in the area, and we would continue to do that here. So some of, if you would, in Princeton, we would certainly go to Princeton University as a possibility, and businesses that are here in Princeton. So that project, we would start it when we finished the raising the funds, and we got all the approvals from the planning board and the zoning board, and everything was okay. Not understanding all of that process here in Princeton, it's a guess on my part when that starts. I say a year because that's been experience. It may be 18 months. It may be 9 months. I don't know that. So I apologize, but I can't answer that piece. But we would not start the project until all monies were gotten.
You mean you wouldn't start with the architect and the planning board, or you wouldn't start
We would
shovel in the ground?
We wouldn't put a shovel in the ground until we had all of the monies. We would look for an architect to do some work up front pro bono, and ask them if they wouldn't mind if they could get paid later.
Like that?
Mr. Sherman?
Mr. DeShield, you sent council a conceptual estimate for a previous version of this plan. Is that at all relevant to what we're talking about now, or is that completely not applicable in terms of the costs involved?
I would think, actually, I don't believe that they would be relevant. I would have to ask the architect to go back and look, because if you look at the models, they were adding either additions or properties, another unit to the rear.
It started with a renovation, and
Right.
since we're no longer considering that.
Right.
That's, okay.
Mr. Miller?
If we move ahead and acquire the property, and I'm glad Mr. Caruso raised the point of the porch, because several speakers at earlier meetings have expressed a very strong interest in preserving the architectural features of the porch. If we move ahead and acquire the property, what steps do we have to take to stabilize the porch, so that if a year goes by or 2 years go by, that we're not faced with demolition by neglect or other reasons of the porch that has been, we've told, very important to many people in the community?
If I could respond, I would visualize working with Habitat, working with the Barsky organization, making provisions for those components of the porch to be removed, and once that work is completed, then have arrangements to remove the property, remove the structure. So we wouldn't have to worry about thinking about stabilizing the structure over a period of time. This is something I would think that could happen fairly quickly once we acquire the property.
Thank you.
I thought we were purchasing the property with the house already raised. We're going to raise the property, the house?
Under the proposal, Barsky would be doing, raising the house, and we would have to make the arrangement as,
Right, that's
Mr.
what I
Kaiser
thought.
indicated.
I just wanted to confirm that.
Ms. Butler?
Well, whose responsibility would be the removal and sort of preservation of the porch? I believe that several iterations ago, I suggested that we might do this to use as part of the park, shade structure, something, and everyone sort of treated me as if I were crazy, that would be way too expensive to consider. So are we going to pick up the, I mean, I guess we'll be on the hook for that, right, if we go for
As I understand it, those components that we would be looking to retain include the columns, the detailed woodwork
Right.
up along the top of the roof, perhaps some of the railings and so forth, but that's something that we would have to work out with Habitat as to who actually would remove those components.
Okay.
Do you need a motion?
Well, I wanted to see, is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak on this? Okay, I'd ask you to come and line up behind the microphone, and there was a sign-up sheet, so the people who signed up, I'll call up first, but we would like to try to move through the comments, and the only person who signed up, I think, to speak about affordable housing are Yaina Moore and John Heilner and Hendricks Davis. And then anybody else who wishes to speak can also speak. And 3 minutes. But, yeah.
Hi, I'm Kip Cherry, and I've been working on this. We're very excited to be working with Habitat. We've had a lot of discussions with them. I want to just make a few comments regarding the importance of preserving as much as we can of the front facade of the Tash House, and whether we have reversed our original position, which, as you know, was to try to save the house. It's very true that our proposal now does not contemplate a major historic preservation element. It is not to say that we would not have liked to have saved the Tash House in its entirety. As you know, the Tash House is one of a small group of specific structures called out in the 1980 Historic Preservation Survey. This survey formed the basis for the 1994 determination by the state of New Jersey that the Witherspoon John Street neighborhood is eligible to be on the National Register. So the Tash House is very important, and we need to preserve any and all elements we can from that house. Unfortunately, we were not able to put together a proposal package that would work to completely save the Tash House. Still, a highlight of our new proposal is that it includes a way of preserving a portion of the Tash House, the historic porch, and selected historic features of the front facade. And very importantly, our proposal preserves the porch line, which is a significant historical feature of Lytle Street and the entire neighborhood. Historically, communicating over these porch rails was critical to the close social interaction within the neighborhood as it coped with being a segregated community. And while the area is not yet an historic district, and hopefully it will at some point, we are proposing that the small amount of historic preservation work we can accomplish at 3133 Lytle Street should be completed under the oversight of the HPC. And if possible, a historic preservation easement should be placed on the porch when it is finally in its final position to ensure its long-term preservation. So I was also going to make some comments on the concept site plan, but I'm not going to do that because that is evolving. But in conclusion, I just want to say that our proposal, albeit a compromise, is a good fundable proposal. It preserves the key historic features of the Tash House's front facade and the street porch line. It creates 2 new units of affordable housing that will be on the tax rolls, and it allows Mary Moss Playground to be expanded. And I thank you for all of your patience with us, and we're all happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I interject something?
Can we wait till we...
I actually wanted to let the public speak to a concern I have.
Okay.
And so I apologize for not raising it earlier, but I wanted to voice a concern now so that if people want to address it during their public comment, they can do so, which is essentially has anybody...
Can you speak into your microphone, too?
Have people from the community group or the community at large looked at what else is coming down the pike, especially in that neighborhood, that is likely to be for sale in the near future, and if we tie up the resources we're proposing to tie up for this project, that people are satisfied with that trade-off in terms of what we may or may not be able to do with the funds that we would be using for this project and the effort we'd be putting to this project, whether it's sweat equity or whatever, versus the potential application to other properties in the neighborhood or throughout town.
Well, as I mentioned, we're hoping that eventually the area can become an historic district, and the Historic Preservation Commission is hiring a consultant to analyze that possibility. So far as other properties in the neighborhood, we're sort of taking one step at a time. We know that there are other properties that are being looked at, and we know there's a lot of ideas and a lot of stress in the neighborhood. a lot of possibilities, a lot of opportunities. So right now, we just want to take care of this particular property and move forward. So far as affordable housing is concerned, we all know that that's a matter of great public discussion, and the town is going to be making various commitments. And so far, we haven't looked in any detail as to what those opportunities are in the neighborhood. Obviously, there are other opportunities. But we're satisfied that this gets us one step down the right road.
If you want to come ahead and speak while he's passing out, and then go next.
My name is Linda Oppenheim. I live at 45 South Harrison Street, and I'm speaking in support of the proposed concept site plan for 3133 Lytle Street. I've also brought in some pottery fragments that have come out of the ground in my backyard, which serve to me as a reminder, tangible evidence of the life and industry that existed in that part of Princeton in what was once known as Jugtown. In a much larger and more public way, preserving the porch and any other possible historic features at 3133 Lytle Street and developing the site as described in the plan will be a step toward what I hope will become a historic district of Princeton. I applaud the efforts of the people who have been working on this, including Kip Cherry, Daniel Harris, Jim Floyd, John Heilner, Dozier Hammond, and for me especially, my fellow Not in Our Town board member Shirley Satterfield, to preserve the diversity of our town and the legacy of the Witherspoon-Jackson area, as well as contributing to affordable housing in Princeton that is critically needed. The 2 new units of affordable housing on Lot 71 will help compensate for the cancellation of 5 units once planned at Peck Place. It is also critical that the history of Princeton, the entire history, be preserved and taught to the adults as well as the children of our town. We must remember and celebrate the creativity of those who lived in the Witherspoon-Jackson district, who not so long ago, in the face of the racist restrictions that barred them from living in other parts of town, of working in and patronizing the stores and restaurants on Nassau Street, so well described by James Baldwin in Notes of a Native Son, developed a vital residential and commercial life on those streets. We must ensure that their real and spiritual descendants can continue to live in our town and contribute to the vitality and creativity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for very appropriate comments. I'm Daniel Harris, Madam Mayor, members of council. After many revisions during the past 3 months, the Lytle Street Group has arrived at what we think to be the best solutions for the use of lots 71 and 72 Lytle Street. The plan proposes 2 new units of affordable housing to be constructed on the lot presently vacant, adjacent to 3133 Lytle Street, and complying with Energy Star standards. These units are much needed, as everybody has said. The overwhelming majority of Witherspoon-Jackson neighbors favor such construction. A guesstimate of Princeton's affordable housing obligations over the next 10 years ranges between 350 and 650 units. As Kip has already explained, we intend the architectural elements of historical importance currently on the porch and facade of 3133 Lytle to be removed and restored and then put in place on the new building, as Tom Caruso has also said. I will skip the next porch. Building on Lot 31 will permit a contiguous expansion of Mary Moss Playground as originally intended. Princeton will be able to tap Mercer County funding and open space funding to the fullest extent. We understand that Princeton can purchase both lots with these funds and then repay a proportionate amount if council votes, as we devoutly hope, to support the current plan for affordable housing. We believe that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund can make a significant contribution to this plan. I defer to John Heilner for further comments on financial matters. We have many people to thank for our progress so far.
Thanks to the mayor, Mark DeShield, and staff, particularly Bob Kaiser, Derek Bridger, and Kathy Monzo, for extensive engagement in this project, offering advice, giving input, and asking critical questions. We also could not have gotten this far without the work of Tom Caruso and David McAlpin, both of whom are here tonight, Dave has been with us from the very, very outset. We believe that all of the major issues to date have been raised and discussed. Your attentiveness and concern have helped us greatly. We think this new proposal, hatched only last Monday and again revised just this afternoon with Mark DeShield's aid and assistance, is the best of all possible solutions. We urge Princeton Council to vote to purchase the 2 lots from Mr. Barsky and to make suitable arrangements for this plan to go forward. It will benefit the neighborhood, it will keep a portion of the property on the tax rolls, it will aid our community's quest for diversity. We urge Princeton Council to make a commitment to this plan tonight, even if it is a commitment contingent upon what we expect to be satisfactory negotiations between Princeton and Habitat for Humanity. I should add that Tom Caruso has expressed I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, a keen interest on the part of Habitat to move into other areas besides Trenton and to have the word of Habitat in Trenton more widely spread, and this is a great opportunity for them to do so. We have no reason to think that they will fail. The people want to know now that Princeton Council is actively implementing plans for its affordable housing needs. Thank you very much.
I'm Alexi Asmus, Maple Street, and I'd like to support this proposal for affordable housing on Lytle Street. I think this is a very good way to do affordable housing. At the bottom of Maple Street where I live, there are townhouses that are affordable housing that are very much part of the neighborhood. And I think building 100% affordable housing in small groupings, in buildings that are like the rest of the neighborhood, is truly the way to integrate affordable housing in town. And I'd like to pledge $1,000 to Habitat for Humanity to help with the fund, so I will give you my name. I want to point out that another reason I think it's good to do 100% affordable housing in small groupings is that we are living under 2% budget caps from the municipality and the schools. And if our population grows substantially, it's not at all clear that we can maintain the services and the class sizes we have in our schools. So if we need to produce affordable housing by doing 20% affordable and building a lot of market rate housing, it's not clear that we can access those tax ratables. And we're having that issue right now in the schools. You can only raise the budget by 2%. There are some exceptions, there are some waivers, but they don't cover the full cost of the students. And we've seen increasing class sizes at the high school and a combination of jobs like the social studies supervisor and the English supervisor. So I think the way to go with affordable housing is 100% and to do it in smaller groupings all around the town. Thanks.
And thank you for your donation, too.
I'm losing my voice. I'm Alice Bush. I live at 192 Loomis Court. I'd like to put another spin on this issue. I think it's important to think about the future, and that's what one of the topics that we're talking about. I also think it's unfair for the municipality and the residents of Princeton to take on the burden of doing this and making that community, thinking about making that community a historical community alone. I think the property owners who currently live in the Jackson Witherspoon neighborhood should take some responsibility about what they are going to do with their properties in the future. There are many people who own properties now, and if you look on Thursdays in the Trenton Times, all the real estate transactions are there, and houses are always being sold to the highest bidder. So if the residents in that community are really concerned and want to help preserve the community, they should take part of that responsibility. Set up a legacy. If you're concerned about what happens to your property when you're not here, why not make a partnership with the township? Let them know what you want to do with your property. And I think that's a partnership that could be worked out for the future with the town so that we don't have these really difficult issues. And this one, as you know, at times has been rather hard to get through. So I would like to make that suggestion. It's the responsibility of the township, of the town, and also of current homeowners and property owners to think about what's going to happen to my property when I'm not here. Do I want to leave it as affordable housing? Do I want to give it to the town and let them decide what to do with it? I think it's a critical issue, and it's something that should be discussed and sincerely thought about. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Heilner, 144 Library Place in Princeton. We know you all support affordable housing, and I think the question really before us now is why now and why on this property? And this really goes to Patrick's question. So yeah, we could, do a big study and look at the whole area and so on and so forth. But I think it's really important to put our foot in the sand, get something going, and continue on from there. We could study affordable housing ad infinitum. I know there's a task force that's doing that. But this is an opportunity that should not be passed up. We have a waiting list of over 1,500 people and individuals, families and individuals who would like affordable housing. And Mayor Lempert said at the May 20th meeting on this subject that affordable housing would be the most important issue facing Princeton and its staff for the remainder of this year. So really, a commitment now to build something, to build these 2 units, and we can put that in our declaratory statement to the Superior Court judge. I think that'll help convince the judge that we are really doing everything possible to get started. Lytle Street is just a short walk from jobs in downtown Princeton, short walk from the elementary, middle, and high schools, the library, the Art Council. Residents of these units may have a car or they may not, but they don't need one. So this really makes it possible for, say, a two-parent family to have one car. One person can go drive to a job somewhere else. The other can be involved with their children's school. They could have a job, and that would be within walking distance. For a long time, it was believed that concentrating too much affordable housing in the Witherspoon-Jackson area was not a great idea. But really, the neighborhood has changed a lot in the last 10 or 15 years. And we really do have now an amazing diversity of race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic class. And every study has shown that it's great for kids to grow up in an area like that. Now, almost every neighborhood resident who has spoken at 2 Princeton Council meetings on this subject and a special session that was held just on this subject has spoken strongly in favor of affordable housing. This proposal will provide 2 beautiful, brand-new credit-eligible 3-bedroom units at a cost lower than what the town has paid for affordable housing over the last few years. Just to cite a few examples, we paid $217,000 per unit at Shirley Court. This would come in under that, we believe. We paid $330,000 to buy and rehab a house on John Street. We were going to pay $180,000 each for the units at Peck Place. Add maybe $20,000 to each of those, we're talking $200,000. So we believe this will come in lower than that. And so this is a good deal for the community in terms of fulfilling its affordable housing obligation. I'd like to thank everybody that Daniel thanked. I won't do it all over again. But this proposal is really a triple win for the community. We get affordable housing. We get to expand Mary Moss Playground a little bit. And in addition, we maintain the scale and streetscape of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Floyd?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Floyd, and I reside at 64 Harris Road. I commend you for recognizing our fellow citizens who have given much to this community. I would ask only that you bow your heads for 30 seconds to a man who was the genesis, really, of affordable housing in Princeton, Ted Weil. I promise you I won't go beyond my 3 minutes. Thank you so much. The reference to Mr. Weil is kind of reminiscent to 40 years ago of an appeal to the Princeton Township Committee to consider affordable housing. Affordable housing was considered, and affordable housing related to the entities that I'm still on the board make their contribution to the community to the tune of some $430-some thousand and maybe more. That's a pilot, I understand that. And I understand that that's probably not an amount equal to the services rendered by our community, but we also feel that our community can render a service to some of our citizens. I've had the opportunity to review the latest proposal regarding the saving of a portion of the house at 3133 Lytle Street, expanding the Mary Moss Park, and equally important, providing hopefully 2 new units of affordable housing. This is a wonderful example of the citizens, the governing body, and the nonprofit sector working for the common good of all of us. I think we all know some neighbors, friends, fellow parishioners, people we work with who live in some of our affordable housing, and I think the community and all of our citizens can be proud of being part of a community that lends credence to the saying, sometimes we have to try to be our brother's keeper. I heard earlier a person say she pledged or will pledge $1,000. I'm not in that position, but if you stop by my house, I'll double that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hendricks Davis, 232 John Street. We're almost there. I think a good solution is being presented tonight, and still, I don't think it's the best solution. Perhaps it's solely a matter of opinion and mine alone that I consider this the highest and best use of the property known as 3133 Lytle Street. That is, its redevelopment, the redevelopment of both lots with affordable homes for sale to low and moderate income families. I came to this conclusion from the positive position of opportunity, not obligation. That is, that the town of Princeton has an extraordinary opportunity to work in partnership with private and not-for-profit entities, and indeed with the people of the community and neighborhood themselves to develop home ownership opportunities. Princeton and all municipalities we know has a court-mandated obligation to provide affordable housing for low and moderate income people who want to live or continue living in this town. I believe that Princeton's obligation, however, goes beyond the legalities outlined in the Mount Laurel decision. I also believe that the town's municipal body has a duty to all its residents, including those that are more financially well off, to pursue every opportunity to develop rateable properties, increase the percentage of land or property that can be taxable rather than reduce them, and correct historic and proven patterns of economic discrimination and loss of property. I'll go into that in more detail if you would like me to. My timer says 2.23 minutes, and you're a little bit ahead of me. I support the town's purchasing of the entire property from the current owner and the launching of a process to develop the property with affordable homes for sale to low and moderate income families or individuals. I further encourage the town of Princeton to enter into an agreement with the Housing Authority of Princeton to include its former storage maintenance building located off John Street and adjacent to the Lytle Street lots in development discussions for the entire area. Such inclusion could expand the potential marketing to the low-income category. There currently are built projects in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood and the one that was just mentioned on Hamilton, and other neighborhoods where the total building lot size approximates the dimension of the above properties. I support the town of Princeton developing a partnership with Habitat for Humanity for the construction of 2 units of housing for sale to low-income families, individuals on part of the property at 3133 Lytle Street. 2 is better than none. 5 is better than 2. I believe 5 units could be developed there. I support and encourage the town of Princeton to utilize affordable housing trust funds, which are available now with the demise of the Peck project, to develop the property and to recoup all or part of its expenditure by selling the properties to low and moderate income families / individuals. I won't go on with the part about Mary Moss Park and its expansion, but I do request that as a part of this deliberation that you as council members articulate your rationale for any expansion of the park. You have not articulated it other than to say people want it or it would be a nice thing. Well, I think it would be nicer to keep the property in its entirety on the tax rolls and to develop it for affordable housing. I'll leave the rest of my statement with you so that you can consider it in its entirety, and I thank you.
My name is Patricia Fernandez Kelly. I'm a professor with the Department of Sociology at Princeton University, and I serve in several community organizations. I'm a chair of the Latin American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and I'm only here to support all that has been said. It's very pleasant to see democracy at work. I just want to say that as a person dedicated to research who studied cities and the terrible things that have happened to American cities as a result of residential segregation, both in terms of social class and race, I support this proposal as I see Princeton as a laboratory for possibility. Here we can do many things that can actually show the rest of the nation and indeed the world what is proper. Princeton faces a very clear alternative, a forked path, by way of describing it that way. We can become a gilded ghetto and we already are, putting our properties on a space at the service of developers and speculators, in which case we will have lots of luxury condominia, which are half inhabited because they really are, as you probably know, park money. And those structures actually force people to leave the town. The more vulnerable, the more racially diverse, the ones least able to afford properties here. For that reason, this particular step is extraordinary, and it can set a very, very important example. An example that affects income distribution in the United States. There's a lot of talk at present, as you know, about income inequality. Property ownership is a big portion of that inequality. By allocating resources to the purchase of this property and making a statement about affordable housing, we're also endorsing views about diversity. Our country is moving to be more segregated. We vote for integration, for social integration and residential integration. This is an important step. It is not just about Princeton, but what about we can show the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yaina Moore. I live at 19 Green Street. I should have made these comments earlier, I guess, in the open session, because it's a general comment about...
Yaina, can you speak right into the mic? I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah,
I want to make
because
sure we capture what you say.
We've got the rain on top of that. In my first two concerns relate to the process of our citizen participation in land use decisions in our residential neighborhoods. I was recently informed that the provision offered during the form of government debate by the Consolidation Committee on alternatives to ward-based representation, the provision that allowed for the formation of neighborhood advisory councils, has been abandoned by Princeton's council. That decision is of particular significance to tonight's proceedings on the Lytle Street project, where several members of the community who are not residents but are certainly well-meaning of the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood have put forth a proposal and negotiated, not necessarily with the endorsement of or in the general interest of the many residents in the neighborhood. And that does concern me. While my comments are not without the appreciation of the interests of the entire community, a couple of days ago, a letter appeared in the Planet Princeton that overstated an outcome of a Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood meeting at which the letter writer was not present. As the author, I think he should make it clear that it was his understanding but not a fact. And that I do agree with his previous statements, Mr. Howland, that there are lots of changes that are occurring in Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood. But therefore, if for no other reason to thwart such misrepresentations of our neighborhoods, I question the decision by council not to allow the formation of the neighborhood advisory councils that would require residency as the first order of representation in such decision-making. And to the point of Lytle Street specifically, I do not support the proposals put forth by the Lytle Group, and I think those people should be named. And I understand from speaking to several of them, they do not as well. But I do support the preservation of our neighborhoods, more specifically the needs of its historic residents who struggle to remain in the face of hard and challenging economic times. However, in the face of this challenge, we should not move to incur a net loss of affordable housing units, whether or not they are currently in modern livable condition. And as such, the expansion of Mary Moss Playground is counter to the primary interests of those with and without children who live in the neighborhood. I support the development of improvements to the playground that may include a small acquisition of land, for example, for a porta potty or equipment storage. However, I put forth that expansion fueled by county money chasing a project without definition, as as Hendricks Davis just suggested, is third in priority to having first safe housing and affordable housing specifically. I suggest that the municipality reconfigure and render permits for the development of 2 residential lots, one of which would be affordable housing, and yes, those lots may be substandard, but it's not untypical of the neighborhood, because the standards will exceed the neighborhood. As such, the town is only using a portion of the county's money, and it's not going to be a large acquisition, but the Affordable Housing Trust Fund money could partner in with, whether it's Habitat, other institutional contributors, and private citizens, to develop at least one of those lots and to continue the residential pattern of the neighborhood and strengthen our neighborhood as well as community with regard to our tax situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, did you want to speak? Or, no, all right. All right. I'd like to bring it back to council and actually ask a clarifying question to Mr. DeShield about, I think we all understand this first ordinance and what that would mean, or the first resolution, what that would mean. That would mean walking away and letting Mr. Barsky do whatever he wants with the property within legal limits. The second resolution, can you explain just what the timeline would be with that and what the next steps would be if council decides to vote for that second resolution?
Sure. The second resolution would authorize the township attorney to draft an ordinance. So at the meeting of the 22nd, there will be an introduction of an ordinance to authorize the purchase of the property. That would then require a public hearing at a subsequent meeting before a decision can be made in terms of the purchase of the property. During that interim, we will have discussions with Mr. Barsky in terms of accepting that offer.
Okay. I'd like to turn back to council then and see if somebody would want to introduce one of these resolutions, and then we can have a discussion about it.
I'll introduce the second ordinance, 15-167. But I do have a question about
I
it.
just want to make sure there's a second for that.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Ms. Butler, this 15-167, and seconded by Mr. Miller.
We have the two appraisals now, which I think this is the first meeting at which we've had the two appraisals. So
That is correct.
in what we feel is the correct assessment of the property, and they are 500 and
525.
525. And by this resolution, are we saying we won't spend more than the second appraisal? And do we have any idea from Mr. Barsky whether that is tenable? Or we can find agreement in that?
We can't go above the 525, which is the appraisal that we have. We believe Mr. Barsky will be amenable to that price.
And can you explain to everybody here tonight, I know it's been published in the newspaper that Mr. Barsky bought the property for, I can't remember the exact amount, but it was $300-something thousand, and suddenly it's grown in value by close to $200,000 by the time the municipality's considering purchasing it. And can you explain why that?
Sure.
Why that is?
Currently, Mr. Barsky has an application before, I believe at the Board of Adjustment, to actually build two, I think it's a double or it's two homes on the property. So the value is based on the approval of those units on that property, not just the vacant land that he bought, the land with the one house on it that he originally bought. So our appraised value includes what he's eligible for based on the application he has before the board.
So he was going to subdivide the land, and it was going to be worth more.
Yeah.
Mr. Miller?
I'm supportive of the resolution that's been introduced, but I want to raise what I think is an important issue, and that is the issue of expectations. I said I'm generally supportive of the resolution, but I'd like to raise a concern about expectations, and I want to put it in the context of what was discussed earlier when Mr. Caruso spoke and mentioned one or two affordable units as possibility, and then other of the speakers talked about 2 affordable units. Let's not get the expectation in our minds that there will be, or we have in any way, committed to 2 affordable units, because the developer still has to go through the process of determining whether 1 affordable unit or 2 affordable units will fit on the property. The other concern I have about expectations is that Mr. Caruso talked about preserving part of the porch. Mr. Kaiser talked about preserving part of the porch. Several speakers spoke in terms of preserving the facade of the property. The facade of the property goes far beyond the porch. And I have a concern that some people who have worked very hard on this project may have an expectation that the facade, which goes well beyond the porch, will be preserved. I think that the expectations have to be grounded in reality, and the reality is that the potential developer, in this case, talked about preservation of the porch and elements of the porch and the possibility of 1 to 2 units. And I'd like to disabuse anybody who will walk out of here tonight thinking that a commitment has been made either by the governing body or by the developer to do something that has not been agreed to. In other words, 2 units and the facade rather than the porch. Thank you.
Is there anybody else on council like to speak? Mr. Simon?
Yes, Mr. DeShield, could you explain how the funding would work for this if we go forward with this? The specific question is, are we using historical preservation funds? Are we using open space funds? Are we using general funds for the initial purchase? And how does the process work from there?
What I would recommend to council is that we would issue a general obligation bond, and then we would then determine which part of the property would be open space, and that would be the portion which would be part of the park would be paid through open space. And if this proposal works, then the other portion will be, we would assume would be through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And that kind of reimbursement after the initial purchase is perfectly acceptable? Okay.
Correct.
It sounds like we're almost ready to vote. I do want to thank again the team that's been working on this and staff too. I know we've had many, many meetings discussing this property, and it's a small piece of property, and a lot was trying to be accomplished on the small piece of property: affordable housing, having community space, open space for the playground, and also trying to preserve historical architectural elements that make that street have its sense of place. And I think we all sort of went up and down on a roller coaster of whether it was going to be possible or not to find something, and to have a proposal in front of us that seems like there's some promise that it's going to work is a really exciting thing. And I'm really happy that we were able to get to this point. I had my moments of doubt, I have to say. But Ms. Kremiller? Did you want to say so? Okay. You're ready to vote. All right.
I had one more.
Yep. Mr. Simon?
The Affordable Housing Board has not yet discussed this proposal, right?
No, we meet tomorrow, and all this was done basically on Friday or Saturday, so we have not met and discussed this at all among Affordable Housing Board.
So I'll simply add to Council President Miller's caution. This will be reviewed by the group that the town actually trusts to review affordable housing decisions and make recommendations to the council, and I would actually prefer to hear their recommendation in the context of the needs of the town overall and the wisdom of this spend versus other spends before we make a final commitment.
So the resolution was moved by Ms. Butler and seconded by Mr. Miller. Can we vote without a roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for your work on this and for coming to the meeting and participating, not just this meeting, but others and the time spent in between. We'll continue on with reports. Mr. DeShield, since you started, do you have any other reports?
Do not, Mayor.
Okay. Well, we're on reports, so I thought we'd just go through our reports, and then we'll move on to presentations. Ms. Howard, do you have any reports?
No reports.
Ms. Krummeller?
I just have a quick report that the town has purchased and plans on purchasing more "Your Speeding Is" signs. Bob Kaiser, is it up yet?
The one on Valley Road. The one's on Valley Road.
Okay, so it's been put on, it's been put on Valley Road, and I just think that's I thought people might be interested in that.
I was flying.
One of the speakers earlier tonight talked about studying affordable housing ad infinitum. I'd like to report that the Mayor's Affordable Housing Task Force has completed its work, not ad infinitum, and the report will be coming out within a matter of days. I'd like to thank my colleagues on council, Ms. Krummeller, Mr. Liverman, for their assistance, and the staff for their hard work in helping put the report together, the representatives from the various affordable housing agencies that worked with us, and the citizen volunteers that served on the task force, and the public that came out to our meetings and made many constructive comments. Look for the report. It should be out in a matter of days.
Thank you. Will it be posted? If you're making a presentation to council, it will be posted at least with the agenda materials that go out for that meeting. Mr. Liverman?
Yeah, I just want to say a few things. One is that we kept hearing about purchasing, affordable housing purchasing, and there are homes in Princeton that you can purchase through our affordable housing program. This isn't the first time, and for some reason, I think a lot of people, some of the comments that we've heard over the last couple of months, may be unaware that you can purchase an affordable house in Princeton. And you can call our affordable housing department and purchase an affordable home in Princeton. And I think that must be something that's not known, or people just sometimes forget. But this isn't the first time. Princeton's a leader in affordable housing, been a leader for years. So please understand that affordable housing is welcomed, it's wanted, and we need more. But we do have affordable housing for purchasing and for renting in Princeton. The other thing, I see Gary de Blasio here, and I'm just going to mention that Corner House had the Leadership Award ceremony recently for some of our leaders, our youth leaders in town, and I'm just amazed at how accomplished, and the mayor was there, and three others, how accomplished that some of our young people are. So I just want to thank Corner House for serving that beautiful leadership award. Thank you.
Ms. Beller?
Yes, I was just going to say, the summer rec is well underway, and we have 10 teams for the men's basketball. They start next week. The rec department, I just think it's worth noting, they took 848 calls during the month of May, and they had 2,208 visitors to the rec building. So that's kind of an amazing statistic of people served in our community. The Open Space Committee will meet next week, the 19th, I believe it is, at noon, and they're moving along. They will probably have a recommendation for us, hopefully by September, of some capital improvements, perhaps, in the open space, in our open space. And also, we're looking at the township's former Adopt a Park program, and we're looking to see whether or not we could put some attention there to get all of our parks and open space under the Open Parks Agreement, and whether it might make sense to have someone manage that. And that's it.
Ms. Sherman?
I would like to thank Princeton Special Sports for putting on a wonderful event last Friday. They had, I think it was 58 attendees of all ages, and I specifically want to thank Deborah Martin Norcross and Hannah Reski from Princeton Special Sports, and Joanna Rogers from the Princeton Rec Commission, and Joe Maroli from the Rec Department for doing a great job on that event.
Thank you. I have several reports. I'll try to go through them quickly. The first one is I want to congratulate our middle school students from John Witherspoon Middle School for winning a state competition. They collected over 4 tons of food, and I know this is going to lead into one of our presentations about food insecurity, but we should be really proud of our middle schoolers for what they were able to accomplish in helping out people in need. I also want to thank the Spirit of Princeton for putting on a great Memorial Day parade, and the Flag Day ceremony is not going to be on Flag Day this year because it's on a Sunday, so it's going to be on June 15th, which is Monday, and it'll be out in the plaza at noon. The local chapter of Represent Us hosted a movie screening of a documentary called Pay to Play, and the council was mentioned and thanked at that because we were the first governing body in the country actually to pass a resolution in support of the American Anti-Corruption Act. I attended a PMA meeting earlier, or I guess it was last month, where they had a real estate panel, and the message from there is that the market in Princeton has rebounded and is extremely strong. It's especially hot if you're selling your house for under $1 million. You're walkable to town. Those are going 10%, sometimes above asking, with multiple offers. So I guess that's good news for our real estate department. The Transit Trust Fund met, and we're going to be funding a proposal for bus shelter design, and that's been slightly modified. So they're going to be looking at proposals for taking New Jersey Transit standard bus shelters and modifying them in some way to make them more interesting visually or more functional. And that proposal will be coming to council, but the money will be paid for by the Transit Trust Fund. And just a few more things. I want to thank everybody who was involved with putting on the hackathon this past weekend. Princeton had its first civic hackathon, and there are about 40 people who showed up. There's something called OpenStreetMap, which is a great program I hope the IT committee takes a look at to see about using crowdsourcing to build map. The emergency management group might also be interested in some of the capabilities from it. And there's a great group of people who really haven't been involved that much in municipal issues who are now really engaged. They have hack nights now set up twice a month at the library, every other Friday. The teams are all excited, so they're coming back this Friday. If people want to check it out, it's from 6 to 9 p.m., and they're welcoming new members. And Tiger Labs has also opened up space for people to use. I was down in D.C. last Monday for the Local Leaders Smart Growth America conference and attended some interesting talks on safer street design, successful downtowns, and affordable housing. And I haven't written up my notes yet, but I will share those with council. And finally, a couple upcoming events. June 9th at 5:30 p.m., our sister city delegation from Comar is going to be visiting, and everybody here hopefully knows about it, and everybody who's here is welcome. It's going to be at 5:30, and it's a good chance to opportunity to brush up on your French. And on June 20th, there's going to be the fire parade and inspection at 3 p.m., which is a really sweet event. If you have any little kids or big kids who like fire engines, I encourage you to come out for that. Yeah, Mr. Simon.
Could you just confirm the date of the Sister City visit? I had it on a different date.
Right. I had it as June 11th.
Yes, you said
June 9th. You said June 9th.
June 11th.
It's June 11th. Sorry. Yes, thank you for correcting me. June 11th, Thursday. And it'll be here at the building.
Mention the change in the council, the 15th has now been moved to the 29th.
Yes, we're going to be having, our next council meeting after tonight will be on June 22nd, And then we'll have a special council meeting on June 29th for code review. This is part of the ordinance harmonization process that's resulted from consolidation. And then on June 15th, which is next Monday, we're going to be having a meeting about the Valley Road project, and we'll be discussing different options for pedestrian and bicycle facilities on that road, if people would like to come to that. That's also open to the public. I believe it starts at 7 p.m.
Just to clarify, that meeting's not a council meeting, that is a joint meeting of Ped Bike, TNT, and the neighborhood, is
And
that
the
right?
neighbors, yes.
Thank you.
But it's open to the public, and everybody's welcome to attend.
And it's in this room. Is it in this room?
I believe it's going to be in the community room. And we're doing those meetings a little differently now, so we have maps out, it's more of a charrette, and people can look and see what the different options are. And Mr. Kaiser, do you have any reports?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few items to report on. Regarding the Transco pipeline, the work is proceeding on schedule. Williams Transco tells us that they plan to have the pipeline covered by this weekend, and they're looking to have the testing done and the old 36-inch line recharged by early next week. So things are moving ahead on schedule, and then the restoration of the easement area will start after that. Regarding Avalon Bay, Jack West and I have been following up, monitoring that work. The footings and foundations are going in for the building closest to Witherspoon Street, and that's moving along very quickly. They anticipate the framing for that first building to start sometime in July. Deanna has been following up regarding various road improvement projects, overseeing the construction and improvement of Mount Lucas Road, Hamilton and Poe. Those projects are on schedule. In addition, there's a neighborhood meeting that's scheduled for Prospect Avenue improvements that is planned to be done later in July and August. On Little Brook Road, we received a number of requests to install a sidewalk for this missing section between Little Brook Road and the road in front of the school area. It's about an 800-foot section. School has contacted us. Homeowners have contacted us. There's been some very significant safety concerns there. And as a result of council's new policy, I had a meeting with neighbors indicating that a new sidewalk where one previously wasn't installed, there will be no assessment for the sidewalk. And the 4 neighbors involved are very supportive of a sidewalk proceeding. So what I would like to do is have that project, get it out for bid, and see if we can possibly get it in prior to the start of school, knowing how much of a safety concern is associated with this. And this 800 feet installation is supported by Traffic and Transportation Committee as well. Also, we've been meeting with Snowden Lane neighbors regarding extending a sanitary sewer from Overbrook Drive to Van Dyke. There are home owners in that area that are concerned with their septic system, and it seems like the timing may be right to do a special assessment where 100% of that cost will be paid by the benefiting property owners. So Bob Huff and I are pursuing that further, and they'll be bringing a recommendation to council. Lastly, the university has advised that the University Place will be closed beginning June 13th for a 2 to 3 week period to rework the crosswalk in that particular location.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I'm sorry, how long will that crosswalk, how long will University Place?
I understand that.
4 weeks?
I'm sorry, 3 to 4 week period.
4 weeks. Also, what's happening on the former Wild Oats Davidson site? Is there anything going on there? I mean, it looks like it's been cleared, but is there anything happening?
The demolition has occurred. In order for the property owner to construct a new building, they need an easement.
They just got their permits this morning, actually, for putting a foundation.
Okay. And Jack just updated us here that the permit was just issued this morning, so we would expect work to proceed. It was being held up due to the easement issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move on now. We have two presentations for this evening. The first one is going to be on the community needs assessment that was prepared by the Princeton Human Services Department. And I'd like to welcome Lisa Niera, who's the Director of Human Services.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Lempert and council members.
Just make sure you're speaking right in, especially when the rain starts.
Okay, can you hear me now? A little closer? Push it up. Right here? Perfect. So I'm here today to present the results of Princeton's first community needs assessment. I'd like to briefly go over the most important findings and some of the key recommendations that came from the study. First, I just wanted to take a quick second to acknowledge someone that has been a key in the development and implementation of the CNA, and that is Deanna Alvarez. Deanna has not only been instrumental in making this a reality, but also has been fully committed to this project from beginning to end. And also the entire Human Services Commission for all their support throughout the process. Princeton, without a doubt, is a leader and has been recognized in many different ways for pushing the envelope, taking a stance, having difficult conversations, and creating change. Last year, for example, we were recognized as a model community for building relationships with our immigrant community. And today we can add CNA to the list. We're probably the first municipality in New Jersey to do a needs assessment like this one. When we were researching models back in 2013, we did not come across anything similar to this needs assessment in New Jersey. We actually used a similar model from Snohomish County and Washington State. So why the CNA? In 2013, after consolidation and new leadership in the department, reconfiguring human services was a priority. There was a lot of energy within the Human Services Commission after the launch of Send Hunger Packing, rebuilding our relationship and partnership with the police department, and taking on immigration issues. And so the CNA represented a way of getting to know the needs of our vulnerable and in-need residents. Through data collection that was done through interviews, surveys, and focus groups, 226 households were able to share with us their experiences and give input on how we can improve services to better support their needs. This report will also serve as a roadmap for more effective planning, prioritizing, and allocating services. So our sample was 204 households, all low to moderate income, which were represented in the survey phase, and an additional 22 households represented in 4 focus groups: singles, seniors, English-speaking families, and Spanish-speaking families. There was representation from each subgroup in our community as far as race and ethnicity, gender, age, type of household, and education level. We asked participants to rate the importance and the accessibility of 14 different services. In this graph, those circled in red are considered services with extreme service gaps, as they were indicated to be high in importance and very hard to access by a significant number of households in the study. I'm going to very briefly go through each of these areas and highlight some key findings. Under employment, you see a quote from a 24-year-old single mother in one of the focus groups. This is her response when asked what was the most difficult and challenging situation that she had experienced in the last 12 months. Her response about the challenges she had when looking for a living wage job was very similar to the ones identified in our survey. There's a need for job training and job readiness services and financial support to help families obtain certifications or licenses so they can access better paying jobs. When you're living paycheck to paycheck, it's really hard to put money aside to pay for testing fees, for example. Three things identified as significant challenges to accessing living wage jobs were lack of availability locally, transportation, and language barriers to those who are non-English speakers. Housing, without a surprise, was also a priority. The majority of the households lived in apartments or shared housing, and only few were homeowners. The Hispanic Latinos formed the largest group that had to share housing in order to afford rent. This was consistent in our Spanish-speaking focus groups, where poor housing conditions and landlord-tenant issues were also major housing challenges. Across all four groups, utility payments, electricity in particular, was a major need. In town, we have a couple agencies that assist people to pay past due utility payments if they have a shut-off notice. This is already a high demand. There's already a high demand for this type of assistance, and agencies have had to create lotteries and waiting lists. As you can see, at the time of the survey, 16% of households had their electricity shut off within that year. In the area of healthcare, 32% of households were uninsured. To us, it was surprising that even children in low-income households, who before the Affordable Care Act expansion always had Medicaid coverage, 22% of households reported that their children were not insured. Since the focus groups, we've paid closer attention to this issue and have found that families are either not aware that their children qualify, others just got discouraged with the application process, and others had lost coverage and did not reapply or follow up. Food insecurity. Having adequate and enough food for all members in a household is a constant struggle that many households in both focus groups and survey identified. Seniors particularly reported that food availability in their households had lessened significantly after the state budget cuts to food stamps last year. We're fortunate to have organizations that have supplemented federal assistance programs through pantries and hot meal distribution programs. However, there is a need to improve the food quality and options. Seniors specifically talked about the need to have better quality and healthier foods to meet their dietary restrictions. Legal assistance that is local and affordable was also identified as a gap. The areas where there seems to be higher demand for services are in civil rights, wage theft, and immigration. Earlier, I pointed out issues with landlord-tenant challenges that were identified in the focus groups. This particularly is something that we often see come across our office. As a result, we have identified the need to have more training on tenant rights and responsibilities. For example, last year, we partnered with the police department and came together and hosted a workshop at a local church on this topic. We've also come together to deal with wage theft issues and streamlined an intake process to assist residents that had experienced wage theft. We're also close to the one-year anniversary of being the second city in New Jersey to pass a local wage theft-related ordinance. And last, the need for financial literacy service. It was very clear through surveys and focus groups that individuals are making decisions on what bills to pay, whether it's buying food or paying their electricity bill to avoid shutoff. The majority of these households in our sample did not use financial planning techniques, some because they didn't know what that meant, and most because they didn't have enough money to even begin to budget or save. Lack of financial education often affects households' ability to maintain housing and avoid eviction, and even their eligibility to qualify for affordable housing programs. As you are aware, the housing providers in Princeton have begun a proactive effort to help individuals get financially fit through offering of workshops on budgeting, credit repair, and understanding their credit report. This is a great first step to help our residents build their financial capacity. So finally, we have the recommendations. Now that I have as briefly as possible given you an overview of this 60-something page report, I do want to point out that while we identified service gaps, we also had positive feedback on the great services the town offers in areas of transportation, overall neighborhood safety, education in the public schools, and mental health and substance abuse treatment services. Some of the key areas and the next steps that were identified by the department and the Human Services Commission were the need to have a community-wide action plan with our partners and service organizations to address and strategize solutions to meet gaps. To revitalize our town's community resources network and improve the way the service agencies interact with each other to maximize efforts and results when working with clients. To reconfigure and strengthen the services that our department currently provides to meet the demand for a more coordinated case management service. In our report, we use the World Bank definition of poverty and how it is defined as follows. Poverty is hunger. Poverty is the lack of shelter. Poverty is not having a job, it's a fear for the future, living one day at a time. Poverty is powerlessness. Poverty is a call to action, a call to change our communities so that many more have enough to eat, adequate shelter, access to education and health, protection from violence, and a voice in what happens in their communities. This summarizes what Deanna and I experienced from each person we met during the surveys and focus groups. All shared similar feelings about their future and what it holds for them and their children. They hoped for better paying jobs, better housing so their children can each have their own bedroom, for immigration reform, and for being able to afford holiday gifts for their kids. One thing that was pointed out by many participants was the lack of awareness on the challenges that our low-income residents face day to day. Our goal was to identify areas of needs and priorities to better allocate the use of our resources and advocacy efforts to help us better structure our work. I hope that this report is also eye-opening, thought-provoking, but also action-provoking to the rest of our community to help us continue our mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Howard?
Yeah, Elisa, that was terrific. You and Deanna deserve so much credit. I know this has been a tremendous undertaking. So for me, there are a couple key takeaways. One is this reminder of the significant need in our community, and hopefully this puts to rest if there were any lingering questions about why we needed to have a Human Services Department. You're doing amazing work, and you came in and have been so innovative, and we're so lucky to have you. So this is really terrific. Another thing that I take away is that we now have a roadmap for how we can prioritize our efforts, that some areas are more important than others, and we may want to do everything and we can't, and so how do we prioritize our efforts? And some things we've already made a lot of progress on, like wage theft and hunger packing and the ACA-related outreach. We've been talking about housing tonight, but still a lot of significant needs. So question for you going forward, now that we have this roadmap, we can't do it all, you can't do it all. One thing that maybe is worth highlighting is the importance of partnerships, and that the town can't do it all also. So how do you see using this tremendous roadmap now in terms of coordinating with other stakeholders in the community, nonprofits? How do we make this and even other agencies? I see some of your other department, your colleagues are here, your other department heads who are touched by this. How do we share this tremendous roadmap now with others, and how do we build a process going forward to operationalize it?
Yes. Through the implementation and when we were holding interviews with different community stakeholders and community organizations, I believe we gained a lot of interest from them. And I know that a lot of my colleagues and also community partners, agency service providers, they have already reached out to me waiting for this report to be out and wanting to partner up with the municipality and develop ways, an action plan essentially on how we're going to tackle some of the identified needs. Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes, I have a question on the food insecurity. It looks like, according to the numbers, that 40% of households cut the size of their meals or skipped meals. 52% felt concerned about their household's ability to prepare food, but we're down to a quarter that rely on food assistance programs. Am I reading that right, that so all the people who are food insecure are not availing themselves or of the things, programs we have around town, or are our programs maxed out?
It's a combination of things. So some of the families that we surveyed did not essentially qualify for food stamps because you have to be at a certain federal poverty level to qualify for SNAP. Others, I think it's also a cultural thing where other people might just be too prideful to access some of the assistance, and the other aspect is the fact that some of our assistance that is provided is maxed out and they feel like they're not gaining anything out of going to the food pantry.
Ms. Cromer?
I might have missed it, but did you try to find an actual number rather than just the number of surveys? Like, how many people in the community are in need, or according to your definition? Do you know?
Yes, we got some data from Ralph Widener.
Well, I was going to say, apart from the census, because I don't think the census is there's a huge margin of error, and I was wondering...
It's not very sensitive, given our small numbers.
Yeah.
If you, during this survey, tried to make any estimate of your own of the actual number of people.
No, that is really difficult, and no, we couldn't
So you
do
just
that.
don't have, you really don't... So
We just have the estimates from the census.
Well, and, we have a general assistance caseload between 40 and 45 clients. We know the percentage of kids in our schools who are eligible for free or reduced lunch. We have some of those measures, right?
Yes.
And how did you get the sample? How did you identify the people that you interviewed and surveyed?
So it was random. Primarily, our survey respondents came from public housing or people living in affordable housing, and some people living in the John Jackson Witherspoon neighborhood and other areas in town. We held different events to do the survey, and so we just advertised it and got people to come. We did a lot of building relationships with organizations so that they can encourage participation. So that was primarily how we did that.
Thank you.
One final. I see at least 4 members of the Human Services Commission here, which is Laura Encinas, John Hollner, Ross Wishnick, who chairs, and Leticia Fraga, who vice chairs. So those folks deserve a lot of credit, too. Came to did a lot of the community outreach and really helped, too. So we should, there's a lot of energy and excitement on the Human Services Commission front for operationalizing this. So thank you to the folks. And did I miss somebody else who's here? So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I wanted to echo what Ms. Howard said at the beginning. You and the department and the commission have just done a tremendous job in building relationships. You can see through the work here and what you're able to collect from folks, and that's so important for you to be able to do your job well and for us to be able to serve the community. And if there's things as you're moving forward that you need from council, I know you'll be coming to us, but, we want to be a resource and to help with this too, because it is important, I think, to everybody up here. Yep. Oh, sorry, Ms. Butler.
Yes. How difficult would it be to get a list of all the churches and soup kitchens and places that provide food and get it up on our on the municipal website, so people could see what the qualifications are for and when the meals are served, and whether it's a Spanish-speaking people available?
Yeah, we've been working on something like what you're saying, and it's just a matter of updating it. And also, we hope that we have a better user-friendly website too, so people can navigate through that easier. But yes, we have been working on something similar to what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that along with Human Services and Ross and a few other board members, at First Baptist Church, we started a partnership with the Trenton Area Soup Kitchen. Every Tuesday between 5 and 7, they're free meals. And we started roughly about 4 weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. 5 weeks ago? Maybe about 5 weeks ago. And we started with about 1 or 2 people, and we were about at 51 people showing up, I think, last Tuesday. So there is food insecurity in Princeton. But I think it's a lot in order for people to recognize and to trust, I think, our issues when it comes to food insecurity, and saying, I may need a meal, or I may need a little help for my family or my kids. And I think that's where we have to work on it. I think that's the key, is to try to provide a trust where people feel comfortable in asking. But there are people that actually go to bed hungry. There are kids that don't eat from one day to another, and it's so sad, especially living in a town like Princeton. I mean, that should never occur. Should never occur.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. And our second presentation this evening is on earned sick pay, and I'd like to invite up from Working Families, Ana Lilia Mejia and Craig Garcia. And I know this is an issue that's been in the news. There's several other communities in New Jersey that have taken action on this, and felt like Princeton should be educated on what's going on. I'll turn it over to Craig.
Thanks. Got those for the council. Craig Garcia, 52 Birch Avenue, Princeton, also from New Jersey Working Families. I'm just going to say a couple of introductory comments. I'd actually written a couple things down I wanted to say, but actually, after hearing what Elisa says, I think it really highlights the need for what we're proposing with the Earned Sick Days initiative here in Princeton. You know, Elisa was talking about food insecurity in town, and the idea of this ordinance is to make sure that we don't, as workers here in town, one doesn't have to choose between going to work and putting the food on the table and caring for their family. And that's what this ordinance is designed to do. It's designed to give all private sector workers here in town access to a basic sick leave policy. It's something that's happening across the nation that Ana Lilia will talk about, but we've passed it now in 9 municipalities so far across the state, including Newark, Jersey City, Patterson, Passaic, Irvington, East Orange, Trenton, Montclair, Bloomfield. Did I get all of them? Yeah. I think that was 9. So it's something that's really building across the state, and it's something I'd love to see happen here in my town too, and it would be the 10th town. So it's something we really hope to work with the community, the council, and businesses here to educate folks on this and explain why it's so important that workers have access to basic paid sick leave. So I thank the council for inviting us today to talk about this, and I'll turn it over to Ana Lilia. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for allowing us the opportunity, allowing me to visit Princeton and talk a little bit about this initiative. My name is Ana Lilia Mejia. I'm the director of New Jersey Working Families. We have worked in multiple municipalities with different mayors and members of council to educate the community and help facilitate this process of adopting a measure that we believe has a positive impact on public health and the stability, economic stability for low-wage workers. In New Jersey, like Craig said, 9 municipalities have adopted an ordinance that essentially mandates employers to provide their workers with a minimal number, but necessary number of days that they could earn. It's important to note that this is earned time that they could use to care for themselves or their family if they get ill or if they need to go to the doctor for preventive care. This is time that they could use, like I said, to care for themselves, but also to care for their children, to care for their parents. We live, I myself am one of these, a sandwich generation that has a child and also has elderly parents that I have to accompany to the doctor. And if I wasn't fortunate enough to be employed in a place where I have earned sick time, I would find it very difficult, right, to make the time that I need to care for a sick parent and a 3-year-old. So the issue of earned sick days has been, like we said, discussed nationally, statewide, locally. This is an issue that, for example, President Obama made sure to include in his State of the Union address. In fact, he specifically mentioned local initiatives, local ballot initiatives. 2 out of the 3 that he was referencing were in New Jersey, in Montclair and in Trenton, where voters supported the measure. In Montclair, 75% of voters voted yes in support. In Trenton, 86% of voters voted in support. And in other municipalities, we've had, like I said, support from the business community, support from the religious community, from activist communities, etc. And most of this support is because it's becoming very apparent that when it comes to this issue, the positive economic impact for workers is undeniable. The reality is that you have, for low-wage workers, as we've said, for low-wage workers, losing a few days' pay, actually studies show that losing about 3.5 days, 3.5 days because you're ill, because a child is ill, can equate essentially a month's worth of groceries that you can no longer afford. So the economic impact for low-wage workers is significant because it's the difference between putting food on the table, but I would also point out that there is a local economic impact because a worker who finds themselves in an economic tailspin all of a sudden because they caught the flu or their child got sick is one that isn't reinvesting into the local economy, isn't buying groceries, isn't taking their kids to the movies, let's say, or isn't, perhaps able to afford tutoring or extracurricular activities for themselves or for their family. Like I've said, this is something that we believe has a serious impact nationally, statewide, locally. What we have been working with different municipalities to educate the community and to adopt, essentially, it's a very basic premise. Workers would have the ability to earn about 1 hour, or specifically 1 hour of time that they could use for every 30 hours worked. In all the municipalities that have passed this local measure, and there's uniformity in all of these measures, just to let you know, workers are earning the time at the same rate. We make an effort, or every municipality has made an effort to cover specific industries because we know they're at the front line of public health. So workers are able to earn 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. Small employers have given employees a maximum of 3 days a year, which I know seems minimal, but again, for a low-wage worker, it again means the difference between a month's worth of groceries or not. For larger employers, municipalities have adopted a mandate of 5 days, with the exception of certain industries, like I said, at the front line of public health. Child care, food service, elder care, these are all industries or service sector areas in which you are dealing with a vulnerable population. Just think about this for a moment, that a home health care aide, a daycare worker, the person serving your food at a restaurant is more than likely unable to take any earned sick time. And we know that the inability to afford it is the number one reason why a worker would not stay home when they have the cold or flu. And in fact, we also know that it is one of the number one ways in which, communicable diseases are being spread. It was just a couple years ago that we had, a couple summers ago, that we had a mumps outbreak, for example, at the Jersey Shore. The CDC advised workers that if they showed symptoms, they should stay home for 5 days. This happened at a restaurant. If you're a low-wage worker, unable to earn any sick time, you are not going to stay home. What happened in that instance? You had the spread of contagion, and in fact, they had to close down that business to ensure, to try to limit that outbreak. So again, the impact on the public health is something that we cannot deny, that is being recognized across this country and across this state. In New Jersey, over 1 million workers do not have access to earned sick time. Again, in the most vulnerable populations, low-wage workers, working mothers, in certain industries, like I said, childcare, food service, elder care. Again, industries in which are predominantly occupied by women, by working women, and again, vulnerable populations. The economic impact extends not only to workers who, again, one instance of a flu can mean just an economic tailspin. It actually has a serious impact on local businesses, not only because workers aren't able to essentially recycle those earnings back into the local economy, but also the cost of presenteeism, the cost of having to replace workers because they're dissatisfied or because they don't feel valued by that employer. We also know that there is a serious impact, just think about this, parents, and we've worked in, like I said, in multiple municipalities and in partnership across this nation. And we know that, for example, low-wage parents who have to go to work will send a sick child, unfortunately, to school. We've actually had conversations with parents where they share that they may give their child a dose of Tylenol right before they send them to school in hopes that the nurse or the teacher won't notice that the child is ill, just to make it through at least halfway through the day. This is something that has an impact on not only that child and not only that parent, but even the fortunate parents who have earned sick time because their children are being exposed to a child that could stay home if that parent could afford it. Or if in the unfortunate scenario in which the worker, where the parent has to go into work sick, and let's say they're in food service, when you go out to lunch, you are, or to dinner, you may be exposing yourself to a worker who could have stayed home, should have stayed home, and even if you have earned sick time, you have now been impacted by this problem. So not to scare folks, but we know it's the reality. I will share that we have, in doing this work, we have faced multiple questions about, whether or not, this could be a noble idea, but maybe it's not. Folks have raised the question whether or not it's not affordable or it's noble, but it should be done at the state level, or, a whole host of other reasons that arguments against this proposal. And so we point to, you don't have to take our word for it, you could look at studies that have been done across the country in places that have adopted this initiative. In San Francisco, for example, where earned sick days was approved, there were, 6 out of 7 employers after about, close to over a year after adoption, 6 out of 7 employers reported that there was no negative impact on profitability. In fact, the city experienced better job growth than the surrounding counties without earned sick time. In 2011, 4 years after San Francisco had adopted their time, PricewaterhouseCoopers ranked San Francisco one of the top cities in the world to do business, and one of the top lobbyists that actually lobbied against the implementation of earned sick time said, well, you know what, it turned out to be the best policy for the least amount of cost. We also, in other municipalities or other cities like Seattle, for example, experienced greater economic growth than in 2013 after its adoption than the neighboring municipalities. And now you'll say, oh, well, that's the West Coast, that's not New Jersey. In New Jersey, like we said, we've had 9 municipalities that have adopted. The first one, Jersey City, has had its policy in effect for over a year. A study was recently conducted by the Center for Women at Work at Rutgers, and what they found was that employers reported an increase in productivity and an increase in the quality of new hires and a reduction in turnover as a result of this policy, and that's employers citing what they experienced. We also found in that study that employers reported a reduction in the number of sick employees who were coming into work, i.e. presenteeism, which again has an economic impact. We also learned, we interviewed employees and found that employees cited, again, the number one reason that they would even show up if they were ill was they were unable to afford it. Even if they knew that they were contagious, even if they knew that they couldn't afford, that they shouldn't really be at the workplace, especially if they were handling children or food or the elderly with compromised immunities. Again, they couldn't afford to stay home, so they came to work. And more importantly, and this counters, the argument that, oh, the sky will fall or there will be rampant abuse, employers experienced or saw no evidence that there was actually, that there was abuse of the law. In fact, most, 92.4% of employers said that there had been no real change if they had existing policies prior. And this is because what we've learned is that a significant number of employers actually already provide this benefit. And it's what we're trying to do is, rising tide lifts all boats. We're trying to set a standard in which we think would actually make, an employer who is mindful of the impact that they actually have to their client base, recognize that this is an important measure and bring up those who aren't necessarily as good actors. I will close with just, again, and forgive me for not having a presentation to share with the audience, but members of the council, mayor, you have a packet in which we detail sample language, where we detail, you have a copy and a summary of the study and a one-pager with all these different facts and figures that I've cited. I will close with this. It is, when it comes to the impact of public health, economic stability, the impact on families, such a small measure, 3 days, can mean such a significant, such a huge deal, makes such a big difference for those families, for those children, for our communities, for public health. We're talking about 3 days. We're talking about 5 days at most. We're talking about a couple $100 making the difference for your community. It is, the more that we've engaged in this conversation, the more that advocates and businesses have come to the realization that it's actually not a big deal to implement this, but except for those families who find themselves without. And it's not, again, you don't have to take my word for it. NJBiz, we were shocked when this happened, but NJBiz, had recently an op-ed where the title of the op-ed was, "What's the big deal? Just adopt earned sick days," right? Because they realized, again, when you're talking about a couple $100, but in exchange, you're protecting your public health, you're protecting your community, you're protecting low-wage, vulnerable workers, it's almost a no-brainer. The question has been asked, is this something that we would like to move at the state level? And we're working diligently to get this done at the state level. For 2 years, in fact, we've been working at getting this done at the state level. And by the way, the president has been trying to get this done at the national level, but the same problem that exists in Congress actually exists at our state level, which is, sometimes gridlock in politics prevent good policy measures from being adopted. And so instead, it's innovation at the local level that is getting workers covered, that is providing this important benefit. We have, when we started, it was 1.2 million workers who were unable to earn time. After passing 9 municipal ordinances, actually with the first 8, we covered 150,000 workers, 10% of the workers who were without this benefit, we were able to do through local initiatives. right? So it's piece by piece, it's local initiative by local initiative that we're going to build the momentum to protect workers until, forgive me for this, the politicians elsewhere get their act straight and actually do something that is actually beneficial to New Jersey working families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I think we want some questions. We have some questions.
Can I ask a question?
I'm done.
I'm sorry. How many, a great presentation, and it's so important. How many employees do you estimate for Princeton that this program would help provide some type of help?
So forgive me, our researcher at Center for Women and Work, who's been working on figuring out the numbers, hasn't been able to get specifics on Princeton. But I can get back to, she's been ill, so I'm apologetic that I'm not able to give you that specific figure right now.
Thank you.
Well, I had a similar, really the same question, but it was more, how many employers currently do not provide sick leave?
So we're working with local employers or with local businesses trying to do outreach and do surveys to ask who's where, and that's an ongoing piece. What we've heard from the New Jersey Business and Industry Association is that there is a significant number, close to like 60, upwards of 70%, they estimate across the state of local businesses who give or provide some type of earned sick days or paid time off. I would point out that this ordinance, as written, would allow employers who already give this time, so if we apply the numbers that exist statewide to Princeton, it would be like 30% of your businesses that would have to change their policy. The remainder, if they provide any kind of paid time off that a worker could use to care for themselves, so any type of PTO, whether it's vacation or personal time, as long as it's at least 3 days for small businesses and 5 for larger ones and businesses with 10 or more employees, they would be compliant and they wouldn't have to change their policy.
I have a question. There are several large businesses in Princeton that use contractors or subcontractors that provide help. And those subcontractors they don't have any health care or any kind of benefits, as you mentioned. Now, whose obligation will it be in that case? Like,
The subcontractor.
The subcontractor.
See, because in essence, you're hiring a subcontractor to carry out a certain amount of work. You enter into that contract, you say, we're going to pay you X to do Y, and that Y includes hiring people, paying them, getting the work done. And so if you put in a mandate that contractor is responsible for ensuring that they're providing that benefit. Now, of course, they're going to build in, that additional cost into their RFP or their proposal, but in essence, it would be the direct employer who's responsible.
And how many hours does a person have to work to be considered an employee?
So the way it's written, it's 80 hours within the municipality, I believe. Hold on.
80 hours a year?
To be considered an employee within the city, within the township.
Okay.
So your question is how do you define what's an employee? It's 80 within the municipality. In order to earn the time, it's 1 hour for every 30 hours worked, and there's a 90-day window in which, you provide before workers are able to utilize the time.
Ms. Crummell?
Yeah, this does seem to me just a matter of fairness, and it seems humane. But what I'm, along the lines of the fairness issue, do you find that the employers who already are providing this, are they supporting you? Are you hearing from them?
So once employers realize that they are actually compliant and nothing has to change, then, a lot of at least their concern is taken away because they're like, oh, we're actually already doing this because this actually makes economic and business sense. In municipalities where we've worked, like East Orange, in Jersey City, we had not only employers come out and support, but also, members of the business association. In East Orange, we had like the head of, is it the chamber? Was it the chamber or was it the chamber who, lobbied in support of this initiative because, again, the facts on presenteeism and economic impact were significant. Did I actually meet your question? Because it was...
You did. My concern was that it's hard to believe, but there are some large employers in town that actually may hire or have employees that they don't work, they're part-time. And I was just wondering if those people will be included.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So a part-time employee would still be able to earn, to accrue the time. The issue here, the difference here is that it would take roughly a part-time worker twice as long to earn a day than it would a full-time worker. But the reality is that, again, since everyone at one point or another has gotten sick, we're not excluding part-time workers from this. Although we create, there are mechanisms to ensure, for example, seasonal workers. This 90-day window allows for, a period of time before workers are earning and utilizing the time to, make it still reasonable in certain workforce categories.
Ms. Hart? So one thing that's attractive to me about this proposal and doing it on a municipal level, even in advance of it being done at the state level, is that the enforcement would be done at a local level.
Yes.
And I understand under a potential statewide law, it would still be done under local enforcement, meaning we wouldn't be doing anything, we wouldn't be creating any structures that we would then be jettisoning if it became a state law. But can you talk a little bit about what enforcement has looked like in the 9 municipalities that have already enacted an ordinance, and how's that going there?
So this measure is essentially, the policing of this measure is complaint-driven. So what other municipalities have done, and we have worked in partnership with, again, the Center for Women in Work and with the Time to Care Coalition to put together essentially a packet for each municipality to deal with both rollout and enforcement. And essentially it boils down to each municipality ensures that their community is aware of this benefit. It could be as simple as putting it on your website, making some materials available in municipal offices, sharing information through schools. I mean, there are multiple ways in which a municipality could get this information out, but again, it could be as simple as website to as, sending a mailer to every, resident or putting it in a local paper, et cetera. The first piece is obviously making the information available, giving employers materials that they could post to make their workers available. Again, this is something that is very simply done online. And then instituting within the municipality as simple as a phone number that workers can call to make complaints or ask questions. Posting an FAQ actually reduces the number of workers who are calling without a real complaint, but just more wondering if they actually have this benefit or what this benefit entails. And then having one person in most of these places in charge of returning phone calls to let workers know, okay, this is your right, this is the information that you need to know, understanding, this issue, are you in fact being denied this benefit? If the issue seems to be, or the worker is at a point where they want to actually move forward on a complaint, these municipalities have found, and again, Jersey City is our best example because it's been going on for over a year, that the first piece is sending a letter to an employer advising them of the municipal ordinance and what compliance means. And in most of these cases, it's resolved with just that letter because it's mostly that an employer doesn't know that, or didn't know that they had to be compliant. I believe that there was one instance in Jersey City in which it wasn't resolved with that initial first letter, and then it's telling the worker that their recourse is to make a complaint at the municipal court, and the threat of essentially, going to municipal court then became the resolution. But as far as the cost to the municipality, it's putting something on your website. It's developing FAQs, which, again, advocates have worked closely with municipalities to develop and have helped municipalities put together everything that needs to go on the website, et cetera, as well as materials that could be printed. It's making available to employers what postings need to be included. It's setting up that phone number for people to be able to call and leave a question or complaint, or speak to a employee of the municipality, and then it's having the one person or whatever number of people you decide to return those phone calls and walk people through the process. The cost is minimal.
Let me hypothesize the situation for you and tell me how it might work.
I may or may not know, but I'll try.
Okay. Suppose I was a condo association and I hired as a contractor a company not based in this town, but based elsewhere, to provide my lawn services, another company to provide my snow removal services, another company to provide my trash removal, none of them based in this community. I sign a contract, an annual contract, or in some cases, a multi-year contract for the work to be done. How would earned sick days work in that case? Would it be my responsibility as a condo association to invoke this requirement through a contract? And what would I do in the instance of a contract that was already in place?
That's an excellent question. So it wouldn't necessarily be your legal obligation. However, you could include, and most contractor, or most of these RFPs include whatever provisions a contractor has to adhere to at that municipality. So I'm unfamiliar with what happens in Princeton, but I know in other municipalities, if there's some kind of, code enforcement or permit requirements for contractors, or whatever obligations an employer has to, fulfill, that's mandated by that municipality, it's included in that contract language. You say, in X municipality, you're expected to do X, Y, Z. I live in Glenridge, New Jersey, and there are mandates as to, for example, overnight parking, right? If I hire someone to clean my, maintain my lawn, or maybe gut my house, or do whatever, there are permits or there are local regulations that I have to adhere to. It would behoove me to inform that contractor, there's this local ordinance that says you can't park here overnight, you can't leave your truck here overnight, or we need to secure a permit if you're going to gut my house. That's a local mandate, right? So as the condo association, in that RFP, it's a matter of a couple sentences and a link to ensure that subcontractor is well aware of the obligation.
So I would like to contrast that to a state or a federal law, which would require the employer, whether they were an in-town or out-of-town employer, to post prominently what the law says and what they're required to do. And in this instance, you're saying to me, as someone who contracts for services, that I've got to ensure that my contractor does exactly what the contractor would be required to do if the law was a state law or if the law was a federal law. And then you're setting up the municipality to have to enforce something that is applied to a contractor who is not in the municipality. And I'm not quite sure how all of that is going to work.
So, may I respond? So I will say that, first, I'm not, in this situation, we're not obligating you as the condo association to educate and enforce. I'm just saying that the opportunity to do so is fairly easy to do, which is including a sentence or two in whatever, contract you're entering with that service provider. You could do it if you chose to in a very simple way, which is, again, a link and a sentence. For that employer, if the way it's written, the way has been done in other municipalities, is that the definition of employee is if you work 80 hours within the community, you are defined as a worker that is eligible to accrue this time. If those 80 hours, for example, were done after a 90-day window, of that initial window, then what are we talking about? We're talking about 2 hours and 40 minutes that individual has earned, right? So in the scenario in which you're talking about, it's actually going to take some time for someone who's maybe coming a couple hours on the weekend to do lawn care service or snow removal during the season. But the workers that are mostly impacted are restaurant employees who are dealing with food. We're talking about daycare workers who every day are dealing with children. We're talking about mostly workers who, are engaged in the community for more than 80 hours, and after that 90-day window, that can earn some time. And again, it's earned. It's not like we're giving anything away. We're just saying you earn some time. You could use this time because it benefits the public health. So I think in your scenario, I'm glad to sit down and try to figure out additional mechanisms, but I have to say, it actually would be really simple for that condo association to ensure equity.
I think you're setting up a case where it would be workable and enforceable for one class of businesses, but very difficult to make it enforceable for another class of businesses. And I wonder if that's a fair situation.
I will also point that in the study we found that most employers found the mandates to be very simple to understand and adhere to. I do understand your concern because when things are different or new, it's kind of, we of course have all of these questions. And, I would like to say that public policy measures that, we've advocated for, or that all of us at one point or another have worked on, were incredibly perfect. They're not. But I think it's, on this issue, I guess I would say, although perfection would be great, it shouldn't be the enemy of the really, really good. And I would also say that I share your preference to have a national mandate and a statewide mandate to do this. But what I do know is that bill at the state level that's been sitting there for 2 years also has the promise of a veto by our governor. So it will be at least another 2 years before workers are able to accrue any time on this. I will point out that family medical leave took 12 years to get passed in New Jersey. So for 12 years, after coming up with a good idea, mothers weren't able to stay home and care for their babies and afford it, or parents who adopted an infant or a child weren't able to stay home and bond, or someone whose parent was dying wasn't able to take the time to care for them. This is within your reach to fix. It's not perfect, but what we found in 9 other municipalities and across this country is that it's actually working.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind everybody, tonight's just a presentation, so we're not going to be voting, but I know there's members of the business community here, so, and you'd raised your hand earlier, so if you wanted to say something or not, I was going to invite you up. Otherwise, I was going to bring it back to council just to figure out what next steps might be. So I don't know if there's anybody who'd like to speak.
Is there anybody else from the public?
Or anybody else. So you're right, anybody else from the public who'd like to say something? And we're going to keep you to the 3 minutes.
No, I won't take it all. Excuse me. Given the short notice that we received, but thank you for notifying us that this was coming up.
Oh, yeah, and can you just, it's Jack Morrison.
Yes, a little short. But yes, indeed, I'm here tonight to represent the 140 businesses that we are of the Princeton Merchants Association. I don't know yet that you have spoken to any of us yet, but we are ready, willing, and able to talk. We're aware, concerned, and again, I can't speak for everybody tonight because we heard Thursday evening, so, but thank you.
If you want to speak, just come line up. And if you just make sure you state your name and address, please.
Peter Crowley, I'm with the CEO of Princeton Regional Chamber, also a resident of Princeton. I know you mentioned MJBIA. I know they are in opposition to this, and I believe they've talked to the mayors. I think they did reach out to Liz. And I think part of this whole issue, we also as a chamber, and all the chambers in this area are in opposition to this. A lot of it is because these are already in place. It's sort of like a problem, a solution trying to find a problem, especially in the Princeton region. I think it's good to have discussion. I think when you get into the nitty-gritty of what the law requires or what the advocacy is, it's a little more complicated than we've heard tonight. But it's a good discussion to have, and I think, again, the short notice, as Jack mentioned, the questions are, is it a municipal responsibility? Is it a state responsibility? Those are all things that go back and forth. So we think it's a good discussion to have. We're looking forward to having it, but just to let you know where we're coming from. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jerome Montes, and I'm the business representative for the New Jersey Main Street Alliance. We represent a number of businesses here in town on a number of issues, and Mr. Lawrence, I'm sorry, I'm Mr. Morrison, I'm sorry, I have not had a chance to touch base with you specifically, but your name has come up in discussion with a number of businesses that I have managed to survey. We are, in fact, as the New Jersey Main Street Alliance, we are working in conjunction with Working Families on this ordinance, but we have talked to some businesses. We're still in the process of making sure that we be as inclusive as possible. So naturally, Mr. Morrison, I will be contacting you after this, and I'm sure we'll be having a frank and very fruitful discussion. And we look forward to updating you as we survey more and more businesses with regards to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this? And if not, I'll bring it back to council to see about next steps. Yeah, Ms. Howard?
Thank you for putting this on the agenda for a presentation so that we can give time for folks to think about it. And my sense is for next steps is that I certainly would like to pursue this. I'm very interested. President Obama talked about how we are the only industrialized nation in the world that doesn't have earned sick or maternity leave. New Jersey is only one of 3 states that has earned maternity leave, and we don't have statewide earned sick leave. But I think this is a relatively modest proposal at 3 days, and so I think it's something I'd like to pursue and like to learn more about, and like to have these discussions with businesses in town. And I'm glad that we didn't start with an ordinance, that we've started with a presentation, which gives us time to hear back from folks and what the impact would be. I'd like to hear from folks that do have policies, whether they think those policies would be consistent with what this ordinance would do and how businesses would be impacted. I'd also love to hear from the Board of Health. We've discussed it at the Board of Health generally, but haven't had a specific ordinance in front of us. So to the extent that this is a public health issue, and I believe it is, that it would be helpful to hear from the experts on the Board of Health as well. So what I would recommend is that, from my perspective as liaison to Board of Health, I'll raise it at the next Board of Health meeting, but would also suggest that we continue these discussions that we've started tonight. And I'm very interested.
Great. Okay. Ms. Butler?
I would agree. I'm so sorry that our health officer left right in the middle of the discussion, but...
And I actually talked to him earlier today to make sure he knew it was on, so he heard most of this, and he'd actually had already reached out to the health officer in Trenton to learn about how enforcement was going in Trenton, which has a similar ordinance. So I think he's interested in continuing these discussions, and I'll make sure. So thank you, Joe, for pointing out. Jeff was here.
Great.
And I'll make sure that we take it back.
But I think it's going to take some time. I mean, sometimes we go from presentation to 2 weeks later an ordinance, and I think given the fact that it sounds like there are a lot of people that have to be involved and talked to and figured out, so it sounds like there's a lot of work to be done before we can consider an ordinance, so.
Mr. Simon, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. DeShield, I do have a couple of requests. One is that before this comes before council, could you work with Mr. Grosser to determine the resources that would be needed for the town in terms of expected enforcement? So that's one. The second is, if we're asking the businesses to go through something like this with an ordinance, and I guess the question would be also, is the town, in terms of our own internal policies, are we already completely meeting the terms of this ordinance? So I'd like to know whether that's true, and if not, what it would take to do that.
Yep, Mr. Miller and then Ms. Krummeller.
I'd like to thank the working families for bringing this to our attention and for your presentation tonight. It's a concept that, in general, I support. And my concern is that it is a concept that has to be workable, has to be enforceable, and not put a burden on, an undue burden on the municipality to make it work. So I think we need to continue the dialogue. We need to understand what the impact is going to be on the businesses in our community. And there's no question about the fact that it is a public health issue, but it doesn't become a public health issue when somebody who has the flu comes to work and cuts my grass. It becomes a question of whether there is social equity in requiring that person to come to work and do it. I think that has to be considered as well.
I'm interested in pursuing it as well, and I agree with everyone that we need to do some discussion, but at some point, I think we're going to, I would like to just make a decision on it. I mean, I don't want to put it off forever.
And I agree that we should find out more information. I do want working families to speak to the merchants. I would love for them to have a meeting and at least go over the dialogue in regard to what exactly you're proposing and the negative effects it may have on their businesses. But I would love to hear that type of dialogue. If Peter and all you guys can discuss it, though. That'll be a little heads up for me. Thank you.
But, I just wanted to point out that we do, there are, she said 9 cities, 9 other towns who have done this, so, we're not just going into this blind, we wouldn't be just going into this blind.
There is experience and research on the impact, yep.
Well, I can certainly help facilitate a meeting between now and when it comes back to council. And meanwhile, the health board will meet and discuss. Correct? Okay. All right. Thank you.
One last piece. One of the things that we found helpful was having like a teleconference with, for example, businesses, when we first started, businesses outside the state to talk to local folks. We also have had conversations with members of the council or mayors talking to other mayors or members of the council of other municipalities to kind of like walk through what were the different lessons learned, et cetera. So we would be glad to do that. to obviously have the conversation, facilitate the conversation with, or have the conversation with the business community. And also, we have been working in other municipalities to do public forums, just to educate folks on this issue. So whatever way we can partner, we have different ways that we've done and we would gladly do again.
Great, thank you. You sort of missed your chance when I opened it up. It's. Oh, thank you.
You know, it happens all the time. It's the employee, the ones that are cleaning the building. Yes, I questioned that myself twice. So it's the employee.
Thank you for the public service announcement.
I know.
Okay. Is there anybody still here for overnight parking? Yes. Okay. Excellent. I hope you're not getting a ticket as we've been. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize. We've had a long meeting. I just would like to open it up, even before council starts to discuss, to public comment, so people can make their comments, and if they need to go, they can go. So if everybody just line up who wants to speak, and if you just make sure you speak right in the mic and say your name and address.
And I promise to stay to 3 minutes. My name is Andrea Odazinska, and I live at 31 Green Street in Princeton. We moved here close to 10 years ago from Brooklyn, and we managed to purchase a house with no driveway, and proceeded to start to get a series of parking tickets. And so I wanted to just learn the ropes and went to Borough City Hall, and we had to get an overnight sticker, but only for one car. And so we're married with 2 children, and I was told that's just the rule, for one car only. And then I was like, well, you know, the other car's getting a lot of tickets. What do I do with that car? And I was advised to rent 2 parking places from a municipal lot, the McLean Street parking lot. Now, so that's what we did. That's close to $700 a year. And during the day, I need to move my car every 2 hours because I'm on the same block as the Arts Council. And I know Lance Liverman very well because of the Baptist Church. So when things are busy in town and the Arts Council's busy, the library's got something going, the farmer's market, the Baptist Church, the Y, I have to just keep moving my car around, and or I get a slew of tickets during the day. That's just what happens to me, even though I'm spending that kind of money. And I'm a homeowner, and it's been a decade. It's been about $7,000 worth of me trying to park. Now, I came here from Brooklyn, and it's easier to park in Brooklyn. So I almost was in despair when I read in Town Topics that what's on the table is how to deal with overnight parking. I need help with overnight and daytime. So I've written you all a letter this morning. I spelled out the facts, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, and then just to clarify too, we're dealing with overnight parking just because we have to take these piece by piece.
Right.
But that's not to say we don't have to deal with the other pieces too. This is all part of the code consolidation that's coming with consolidation. Right. So we're just, the part we're looking at tonight is on the overnight parking, and then the daytime is a different issue. But that's still something that's being worked on by the parking committee.
I would love to be a part of that. Maybe I could volunteer, to weigh in with the parking committee, because just to give you some perspective quickly, in Philadelphia, in the city, like if you have a house near the Art Museum, it's $35 a year for a car. And if it's a family of 2 or 3 cars, it goes up $55 or $65 for the permit for the year. So it's just, there's something, we say come to downtown Princeton, live in Princeton, but it needs to function like a real city then. So thank you very much for listening.
Hi. Let's see, does this work? There we go.
Just say the rain is starting with you, so just be right on that mic.
Carefully. So Julie Landweber, I live at 38 Chestnut Street. I'm in one of the residences that we don't have a driveway. We, just like she was saying, we are allowed one parking permit, but we're a couple, so we both work outside of town. We need cars to commute to work. I've had all the problems she has about the 2-hour parking, and I know that's not tonight's issue, but it is a serious environmental issue that I hope the council will address in the future. So I wanted to say that I am fully in favor of the environmental ideas of making this a more pedestrian-friendly city, and if we can reduce car usage, that's wonderful. But I think the options the council is looking at here potentially are very unfair to homeowners who bought their home with the expectation that they could have at least one car parked on the street. And if all overnight parking is banned, those property values are going to depress. And I think that's an undue burden on homeowners like myself. I would like to suggest there's also an additional fairness issue that not only will the properties without driveways lose value, but like the previous speaker, I too pay for off-street parking. I rent off-street parking because we need to have that second car. And if there was no overnight parking, then everybody who needs a car, even a single car who doesn't own a driveway, will be forced to pay sometimes very hefty fees, and I'm sure those fees will go up. Meanwhile, properties that have off-street parking beyond what they need themselves will profit, so their properties will be raised in value. And this seems like an undue burden on the lower-income families in town, and certainly the property owners who have chosen to sacrifice and forego space in the interests of environmentalism. I've owned my house for 20 years. I've chosen a small house. I've chosen a smaller lifestyle footprint, but I still need a car for work purposes. The last thing I just wanted to say is of the three proposed options, I would suggest maybe the one that makes the most sense, if these are still the three you're going with, is adjusting the boundaries. Something I have not seen in any of the news articles or discussions about parking ban is, I understand there's these unfairness issues and sometimes boundaries in peculiar places, but why not create equity and fairness by extending the existing paid permit structure of the traditional borough parking to the former township areas, so that everyone is paying the same nominal amount and everyone is allowed to have one car per property. Thank you.
Thank you. And before the speaker, I just want to turn to somebody on the parking committee, because there might be some misunderstanding about the ordinance in front of us tonight. It does preserve the permit structure that's been in existence, but do you just want to explain
Right, we're not changing where you live at all.
An ordinance introduction. I don't think we've really had any presentation. Are you?
I know, but I was putting the public comment before the presentation because I know it's late. So as a courtesy.
Very quick questions. My name is Marta Davila. I live on Clearview Avenue. I have a long driveway. I can park 3 cars on my driveway. My question is, how is the ordinance benefiting the town as a whole and people like Julie that are in areas where you cannot, park 2 cars, or you have to find a different place to park your car at night? Have you considered the possibility of one side of the street being allowed to park at night, especially in the zones that are more dense, like where you live? Just throwing ideas out there. For our family, it's not going to be more than just an inconvenience that we're going to have to move our car. If, somebody's visiting, we're going to have to move our car. I'm just thinking, how is this fair for the residents of the town to be actually expanding the areas where you cannot park at night? For us, it's like, it's really, you're just inconveniencing us, but what's what's the point of the ordinance? That's what I'm trying to understand. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and my name is Greg Robinson, and I'm a homeowner on 49 Clearview Avenue. I'd echo Martha's sentiments and also ask, what is the problem that's being solved? As I understand it, there was the idea of that there were blocks where different rules applied to different people depending upon where you are in the block. And as I understand the ordinance that's being put forward now, there's still going to be some sort of a grandfathering in of existing homeowners, but I think you'll still have the same issue at some point of different people within a block that are subject to different rules, in addition to having then there's still a boundary between where those rules apply and where those don't apply. So if one of the objectives here is to make things more consistent and more fair, I really have a hard time seeing how that's being accomplished by what appears to me to be sort of arbitrarily extending the lines of the current permit program. And I don't see how that's benefiting any of the areas where the proposal is being expanded to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you thinking that there might be some sort of additional revenue for the town? Is that one of the ideas? Like,
I don't think so. I'm wondering if maybe we should, if people are going to stick around for the whole thing, that maybe we should have the presentation so we all know. Ms. Butler?
David Goldfarb and Marvin Reed both have institutional memory on why it is that the borough banned the overnight parking in the first place, and so I think it would...
Okay, so we'll hear from David and Marvin, and then we'll hear the official staff presentation, so everybody's on the same page, and then we'll bring it back to council to see what we want to do.
Okay, I'm David Goldfarb, 12 Charlton Street. I speak both as a resident of the center of town, where parking is in great demand, and I'm subject to the restrictions that we're talking about, and also as a former member of the Borough Council, who at the beginning of my tenure experienced a complete overnight parking ban in Princeton Borough, and then during my tenure saw the implementation of the current permit program that you're now proposing to extend to parts of the former township. From my perspective, there are two key points, and by far the most important point for me is that the overnight parking restrictions are by far the most effective way to address overcrowding in the center of town, which has been a difficult issue for many, many years and continues to be a difficult issue. Relaxing overnight parking, extending overnight parking so that all residents could park on the street would immediately foster a fairly radical change in the real estate market. On my street, we have a multi-family building that those people don't even have access to permits. If residents were allowed to park on residential streets, that building would be advertised to prospective tenants with de facto overnight parking, and we would, instead of having people with no cars, we would have people with one car per unit at the very least, adding to the overnight parking spread throughout the neighborhood. In my neighborhood, we have demand for metered parking at 7 o'clock in the morning. And I don't think that we could even talk about having a situation where people were allowed to park overnight and then forced to remove their cars before 7 o'clock in the morning so that the people coming in to work could work there. The point is that in many parts of this town, there is demand for parking from many different uses, and balancing those demands and trying to address all the issues associated with parking is extremely difficult. I would say, as a former member of Borough Council, that it's something that we spent a lot of time on, and I felt at one point during my tenure that we really had a pretty good hand on things. I would be very, very, very cautious about changing the status quo. There are obviously some parts of town where this is not an issue at all, and there's no reason to have any sort of overnight parking restriction. I mean, I know that the police officers may feel differently, the public works people may feel differently, but from a policy perspective, in terms of my direct concerns about overcrowding and competing uses for parking, there's no need to have overnight parking restrictions on Heather Lane. There is a need to have overnight parking restrictions in the center of town, and exactly where that line is drawn is something that I'll leave to you. I have my own ideas, but for sure, do not relax overnight parking restrictions in places where it's going to lead to overcrowding that doesn't already exist, because that is something that clearly is a threat, and it detracts from the quality of life. In terms of how people actually live in town, for the number of people who are affected, and we've heard from some tonight, about their needs for parking both overnight and during the day, their quality of life today is much better than it would be if we relaxed the restrictions now in place and people started to see the consequences of overcrowding in neighborhoods that are already threatened with overcrowding, and in some cases experience overcrowding. So I see a direct threat to my neighborhood by relaxing those standards, and I would be very strongly opposed to relaxing the standards in my neighborhood, and I would, from a policy perspective, I would be very strongly opposed to relaxing those standards in neighborhoods that are similarly situated in the center of town and are threatened with overcrowding.
Let me just add amen to what David has said to you. David has had a lot of experience with this over the years. He served on borough council for many years. I served as mayor in the borough for many years. One of my main occupations was talking to people such as came here tonight, explaining to them how did this all get started in Princeton. And I have to explain that we're a unique town. And one of the things that makes us unique is we happen to have a university here. And the university, which has its own policies of not allowing students to have parking permits and not allowing students to park overnight in front of their dormitories. If we had no parking restrictions, there would very quickly be no parking in the center of the municipality. When I hear Green Street and Chestnut Street, I have to remember that the usual request that I was receiving from the residents of those streets was, how can you stop the downtown employees from parking on our street and not making it possible at all for us to have service people come or have visitors during the daytime. Both of those are streets with a 2-hour daytime limit, not just a ban on overnight parking, but a ban during the daytime, so that at least there are some openings when you can get out of your driveway and turn your cars around in the street. But I think that the overnight parking restriction was discovered here in Princeton long before I was born, long before my time. It's not just a tradition, it's a way of working and preserving a general balance over the parking needs and parking demands of not only its residents, its employees, and its visitors. And I trust that if you want to extend the boundaries somewhat, it'll probably be to a neighborhood that would at some point request that it be done, because that's the history of here in Princeton. Eventually, the neighbors come to the realization that you can make some exceptions, but in general, you've got to have control over where people park and when they park there.
Okay. Henry, do you want to speak now, or do you want to wait till after the presentation? If you're going to stick around, you might want to wait.
How long is your...
Just showing the map.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I might stick around, but I just wanted to be, just to state that I think I've been here for 2 years now, or since maybe a year and a half, requesting this harmonization, but not the elimination of parking restrictions and parking regulations that exist in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, which extends up to Green Street and beyond. So I'm hoping that what you're going to be talking about...
Yeah, that's not the proposal.
Okay.
The proposal is to keep the status quo
Okay.
and to extend the borough status quo a little bit.
All right, and I would encourage you to allow for reasonable accommodation of residents who don't have parking without throwing out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak, for residents who need parking. Birch Avenue is a great example of just that, where they have both overnight restrictions, but they have permits that they don't have to pay for, as we continue to have to pay for in the former borough. So if you can get to that point, I think many people will be happy.
We're ready for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully our IT, there we go. Putting up the map now. While we work through the technical difficulties, the ordinance that is before you tonight, as you stated, is to extend the former borough restricted overnight parking boundary and to slightly modify the existing criteria that is ordinanced by the former borough. As you can see up here on the screen, we would be looking to extend the black line on the map is the former borough boundary line, and we would be looking to extend in a few areas of town, expand the no overnight parking restricted area. So in the northwest corner by the former borough boundary, we would be including the streets of Westerly Road, Pardo, Morgan, Duffield Place, and Bayard Lane, as well as Wilson Road. Just to give you some background on what the different colors on the map are. The red lines indicate the no parking anytime that currently exists by ordinance on the roadways. The black line is the former borough boundary line, and the green would be the proposed restricted overnight parking area line. Sure. In the area near Witherspoon Hall where we're at here, an additional color shown on the map is purple, and that is where we have by ordinance in the former township currently no overnight parking. So we have that in the high school area on some of the roads, or the former hospital area, and we also have it down in the southwest corner, Battle, Springdale, Olden, and Hazlitt roads. Alexander has a portion of that as well. So the current proposal, as we indicated, is really to just slightly expand or modify the former borough overnight restrictions. There we go. You can see the overall map. And if there's any questions about the areas, we can zoom into it. What we're looking at using is Section 19-31 of the former borough code that would allow for residents that reside in a residential district within this area bounded by the green, if they do not have an existing driveway or means to park off of the street, they would be permitted one permit paid for at a rate of $30 a quarter to park a vehicle on the street. We've removed the provision that it had to be within the same street that they reside. So, for example, in the Jackson-Witherspoon neighborhood, if everything's parked up on Green Street, then you can park on John Street. So we've left that open at this point. We've also revised the provision that for the multifamily dwelling units, the former borough policy had allowed for multifamily dwelling structures containing 10 or more units being excluded. We've actually reduced that, so multifamily structures that are 5 or more units would be excluded from these provisions. Another exception that...
Can you just, what does it mean that they're excluded?
They would not be able to apply for an overnight parking permit on the street.
So the expectation would be that they'd have it on site?
Correct. Correct, or they find other avenues for parking.
Which is currently what they do.
Right. One exception to the former borough code that we had to put in place in this ordinance that's proposed is for the Birch and Lee portion of the Jackson-Witherspoon neighborhood. Currently, under the former township code, they are allowed to have 2 permits if they do not have off-street parking, and 1 permit if they do have off-street parking, and those permits are free. The way that this ordinance is written now is those permits would not be free. They would have to pay the $30 a quarter per permit as well, and this would only, the number of permits would only stay in effect for the current owners. As soon as the property changes hands, there's a real estate transaction, then the new owner would be subject to the criteria of 1 permit per property if you do not have off-street parking. If you have off-street parking, you would not qualify at that point for a permit. So that is one big change. It's the daytime exemption of the 2-hour parking is still in effect for for Birch and Lee. This only changes that overnight provision of that ordinance. And I'm sure as we go through harmonizing the other ordinances, the daytime ordinances, we will look at that provision as well, because as we've heard, there's other neighborhoods like our Tree Streets that would like to have some sort of a similar provision for the daytime exemption.
Deanna, what are the red lines? Are the red lines no parking anytime?
Correct.
Now, some of those streets, this is new.
No, it's a lot of times it's one side, only one side.
Oh, one side.
Right, yeah, if you see...
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I thought these, the whole street, okay.
In some areas, it's only one,
that's fine.
it's one
Fine,
side or
fine.
the other. We've designated it.
That's where I needed clarity. I needed clarity, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Directed either to you or a member of the parking committee. The change that we're talking about then is between the dotted black line and the dotted green line.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
it's not, I mean, in those areas of the township that have purple, that's not change. I mean,
The
it makes
purple
it look
already-
like they're changing, but they're not.
the purple already had some restrictions, and I think it was Marvin making this point where in the former borough, they would add streets because the neighbors would complain and say, we're having a problem. Was that green line drawn because you were hearing problems from those neighbors, or what was the reasoning behind that green line? It just looked like a natural border?
Yeah, Jack, you could.
One of the concerns, and I heard from one of the residents, is this is an arbitrary line. We tried not to be arbitrary. What we tried to do was look for a natural break, whether it was a street, if you look on the left-hand side, like Westerly Road, there's no parking there right now, so we thought Mountain would be a good spot to stop. You're following that over to 206 and then to Valley Road, because the area near the hospital, currently they can't park overnight already. One area, and then as you get to like Clearview and those streets, that was probably one of the tougher areas to come up with a dividing line. But we looked at the lot sizes, similar neighborhood to what's currently in the borough. So that's where that line came from. But basically, we tried to find what we thought was a logical stopping point for overnight parking by permit only.
So at the last meeting, we proposed 3 options. One is keeping the boundaries where they were. 2 was doing what we're doing which is trying to make them logical. Or 3, put the ban in the entire town. And I'm now, I have to confess that I'm kind of going back to leaving them where they are. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of houses that are going to lose their parking when they thought they had it overnight. So I just want to throw that out on the table and.
Oh, God. Sorry. Ms. Howard? So did you want to respond directly to that?
You want to say the opposite?
I didn't bring my gun. I can't respond to it. I can't believe you're folding on this. This is not easy. We have met multiple times for hours and hours, and we have gone over this. We have to draw the ordinance by street, so that's why the line's a little bit funny. As Jack said, we did try to look at similar neighborhoods and make sure that we had similar rules for the neighborhoods. David, I don't know, when did the parking ban go into effect? When did the borough do that? Do you know that?
The ban was in effect for many, many years.
Right.
Started in the 90s.
Right. So there's no one, probably no one in the borough, in the former borough, who's being, something's being imposed upon them that didn't already exist. This isn't new. And for the other people, I think, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, on Clearview, we're extending that into your neighborhood, I guess. But as you said, you have a driveway, so it's it would be an inconvenience moving your cars around.
It's not a dense neighborhood.
Right. Right, but there are neighborhoods that abut that are dense, so we are just trying to create some kind of consistency throughout the municipality, and it's not easy, and it may not be perfect, and we may come back and, I'm sure that we don't know all the ins and outs of the daily wool and woof of life in these neighborhoods, and maybe we'll hear something that would cause us to go back and alter the ordinance, but after a lot of consideration, this was our best shot, short of just saying, to heck with it, let's do the whole town.
Ms. Howard's been waiting, and then Mr. Miller, and if people still want to speak, you need to line up behind the microphone, and it is 10:35, but Ms. Howard.
So just briefly, I agree with Jenny that after thinking a lot about this, and I want to thank David because that was the clearest articulation of why we have the rules we have that I've heard, and that actually really crystallized for me that we ought to be protecting what we have, but I'm very sensitive to changing the rules on people who've been relying on rules that when they bought their house. And so to me, the equity is really cut in favor of maintaining the existing rules, because if you live on Clearview, that's what the rules were when you bought your house. The rules on Green were the rules when you bought your house too, and we ought to be protected. And I'm not in favor of changing those, because I think David articulated that really well. But tweaking at the edges, I mean, it may look like a tweak on a map, but it's a real impact on somebody who lives in that area that's being tweaked. And so I would favor actually just codifying and continuing existing practice because people are relying on it. And I'm in an area where we can't park on the street, and I may not like it, but it's what I've known. It's what I've known, and it's what I knew when I bought. So I guess I'm falling in where Jenny is.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, as a third member of the committee that worked on this, I'd like to point out that there was some logic to what we did. It was not arbitrary. We looked at the community, the areas very adjacent, close to the former borough line, and we tried to identify those parts of Princeton close to the former borough line that looked very much like the community on the other side of the borough line, and tried to apply the same ruling, same thinking that was applied to the community on the borough side of the former borough line to the community that looked much like that on the former side of the borough line to the community on the township side of the former line. That was one thing that we tried to do. The other thing was that we heard a few times, not a lot of times, but a few times, about the fact that the way the lines were set up, it kind of encouraged people to game the system. And that is that if you lived on the south side of the former borough line, you might want to move your car across to the north side of the former borough line because you could park it there without having any impact at all. The other issue that we haven't heard mentioned tonight is that there's a public safety concern about cars parked on the street. And our police have told us that it's easier for them to patrol the neighborhood if there are not cars parked on the street, or if the cars are parked on the street with permits, because then they can identify the car that is regularly parked in that location. And if there's a car parked there at a time when it shouldn't be parked there, and it's a car that they haven't seen parked there before, then they have maybe a reason to think twice about why that car is there. So there is something that hasn't been discussed tonight, and that is that there is a public safety concern to this, public safety side to this, as well as the whole issue of trying to rationalize the parking rules and extend them to parts of the community that look very much like the parts of the former borough.
Mayor Reed?
Yeah, I want to add one other thing. Since David and I were there when we actually put the permit exception into the borough ordinance, we had the zoning officer actually go out and measure all the streets in the borough to see just what we were doing, really, that we weren't creating more people who were parking on the street than the street had capacity for. And that was an important element. Otherwise, you have neighbors then beginning to feud among themselves that it's my side of the street to park on and avoiding that kind of thing. But we tried to limit it. We also had a zoning officer who would actually go out and visit an applicant, and if all possible, show the applicant how they might be able to create a parking space in order to get off the street.
That was true service in the former borough. Yeah, Mr. Goldfarb?
I'd like to respond to Mr. Miller's comments, because when we looked at this issue and we had a comprehensive overnight parking ban in the borough, we left it in place in places where none of my concerns were an issue. On the eastern part of the borough, on Riverside Drive, everybody had a driveway, nobody really parked overnight. We left the ban in place specifically to accommodate the police chief's concerns, because they had enjoyed the years of a complete overnight parking ban, and it made enforcement more effective. When there was a car there, they had a reason to be suspicious. And it certainly made the Public Works job easier as well. From my perspective, those are not really very important considerations, and I would certainly be amenable to allowing parking where my specific concerns that I expressed are not an issue. But I would not want to leave the status quo, because there are clearly adjacent neighborhoods in the former township that experience the specific problems that I am concerned about. And you certainly don't want to create a situation where you're allowing parking in immediately adjacent, relatively convenient areas so that the people who would otherwise have to buy a permit can just move their cars there and walk a block or two overnight. So, the areas of the township, Birch and Lee and Race and down to Community Park South, those areas have to be added somehow. And I think the transition that was suggested tonight that, you heard, is probably a good way to do that. No other neighborhood comes to mind immediately as being one that's adjacent to the former borough and facing the kinds of issues that I'm concerned about, but there may be others. So I wouldn't leave the status quo for sure. I would certainly extend it to the the northern part of the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood. And frankly, you can do whatever you want to with the rest, because I'm not concerned about the rest.
Well, that's actually, I think, what Heather is proposing, because those areas in the township, they're included. So that wasn't exactly, when I said the status quo, I mean, keeping it exactly the same, it's not exactly.
Hi, my name is Tony Nellis, and for 38 years I've owned a house on 13 Bank Street, which is probably the most dense neighborhood in the town. And my concern came out the other night when the mayor and the engineers were there talking about the improvement to Bank Street. We're thinking about moving back to Bank Street. And when we first actually moved to Bank Street, we had no problem renting parking spaces. We rented in the Chambers Street lot. It was $35 a month, not a problem whatsoever. Now, it's impossible. We were told there is never, ever going to be parking spaces available to us on the Chambers Street lot, and we found out is never going to be spaces available for us at the Spring Street lot. Now, I don't necessarily want to leave my car parked overnight, and if we move there, we have two. So we have got a real dilemma on our hands relative to this issue of the overnight parking. And then if you did get a parking space on that street, if you're lucky enough to win the lottery and get one, you have to be out by 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's just unconscionable. And meanwhile, other people, when you have to move out, other kind of office people move into those kinds of streets. Now, I mean, I understand the duality of your problem. I mean, this is a town that has got a suburban and it's got an urban component. And it's also a town which is woefully short of parking. I mean, that's real clear. Now, you may not want more parking because you think it's going to generate more density in business, and that certainly is somebody's fair game to say it, but in the sustainable future, in the walkable community, the more dense, the better. That's what we've been told, and that's what, the general policy is. And it's beginning to happen in some cases, but for my particular case, we're really concerned that how we're going to begin to deal with the parking on just this one little street. And this one little street is kind of indicative of so many of the other kind of streets, the tree streets and what have you, but nothing is quite like Bank Street. So my concern for you guys is, and I will not be here when you probably go through it, but I don't think you can separate overnight parking from day parking. I think the parking issue is one great big issue that needs some resolution, and I think, and I really like the idea of resident-only parking permit for, if you're a resident in town, you own a building in town, you should get a parking permit someplace on the street or someplace. So I think these are really issues you have to look at when you've got specifically very, very overcrowding and a shortage of actually parking itself.
Could I ask a question about that, Jack? I was unaware that people can't get a spot in the Chambers.
Yeah, you can't.
In other garages that...
Listen, here's what...
I mean, I assume it's telling the truth, but is that...
I wasn't aware of that either.
I walked over there very nicely and said, gee, hey guys, I live live on Bank Street. We're thinking about, my wife and I are thinking about moving back. who used to rent here, what's the possibility of getting a spot? They looked at me, they said, well, we got some problems, and there are some waiting lists. And I said, well, what's the waiting list? A day, a month, a year? Never! I mean, it was in that tone. Never! You are never going to get a parking spot here.
Okay.
So then we went down to the Spring Street lot, and the same thing, you can't get an overnight parking spot. So, I mean, you guys got a real issue on your hands that you're going to have to really look at for those of us who don't have a driveway, who would love to come back into town, but are now sitting on the edge going, why would we move back into town? Let's just keep it as a kind of a rental place and let them deal with the problem. So I think there's a real significant issue, but there may also be major exceptions. So I don't think you can just pancake this thing across the board. There are going to be exceptions in this zoning code for parking, and I think you've got to take certain streets like this into serious consideration.
Okay, thank you. I actually want to close public comment. Chip, come speak, and then I'm going to close public comment because we need to bring it back to council. And this is not even the public hearing, so there will be more opportunity, but
Okay,
go ahead.
Chip, I live on Bank Street now. I've been in the western part of towns for 42 years. What Goldfarb said is very true. It's going to be very sensitive to the slightest change. And an example is when they put the overnight permits in. A certain individual ran for borough council, and he said, I'm going to give you permits so you can park on the street. And everyone on Bank Street said, oh, a parking space with my name on it, resident-only parking. And of course, he got elected. And I was opposed to that. I said, what's going to happen is the rents are going to take one quantum jump because every landlord is going to tell the prospective tenants, well, you can get a permit for the street, ignoring the waiting list. Here's what Bank Street is like. There's 28 properties. About a third of them are actually, this is increased, a third of them are owner-occupied single family. 1/3 of them are rental units with an average of 2.5 apartments per. And many of those are couples, and they have 2 cars. And the other third is houses that are rented out completely to 4 or 5 or 6 unrelated people. And they have cars. So 28 spaces, and you do the multiplication, resident-only parking isn't going to work. We've got our problems now. In general, it does seem to work. The ordinance now, I believe, is you can park till 9 a.m., and then you have a 2-hour limit. I happen to work nights, so I have to get mine moved by 11 a.m., and that sort of works. If you take that away or give the all-night permit people the day privileges all day, then that resource, all 11 spaces on Bank Street for these multiple demands, are not going to be shared. So yes, the 2-hour parking during the day is important, and it does work. And yes, the restriction on all-night parking with the permits under certain conditions, that works, and it's all a very sensitive balance. So, be careful.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to bring it back to council. I want to thank everybody for their comments and for the history. I think actually we learned a lot, and I want to thank Deanna and Jack too for putting this together. And I think we have 3 choices before us tonight. So one is to go ahead and introduce the ordinance as it's written. The other is to modify it. The third is to not be ready to move on it tonight. So I bring it back and see if anybody...
The question, I'm sorry, the question of Clearview Avenue, there wasn't parking now, am I correct?
That's correct.
But we're saying in the future there can be a problem, or what?
No, we were just looking for what we thought was a logical spot to stop to put the line. Not that was probably the hardest area to come up with a.
I'm just wondering because I've gone down Clearview a number of times.
Take it from Clearview and move it to the next one over, or the next one. There's really no specific reason, aside from all the houses in that neighborhood are similar to the houses in the that have the restriction.
Yeah, and I want to acknowledge how hard that was, and I appreciate that you did that, because, I was looking at it too, and it was really hard to figure out, and the line does make sense right now, but to me, I think we've only heard the tip of the iceberg from people who would be losing their overnight parking, who are used to it, and I feel like in those, I would like to propose that we move the border in that area back to, what, it is kind of an arbitrary line, but...
Could we get the map back up?
Well, wait, can I make a comment about that? This was really a lot of work, and if you look at the way the ordinance is written, it's not just that simple. We wouldn't be able to introduce this ordinance tonight. We'd have to table it, because if you look at the actual language of the ordinance, it would involve going back and rewriting it extensively, because as you recall, the whole point of these lines was to be able to describe in words what we've drawn on this map, that we can't just move the map around. All the language of the ordinance has to be changed. So it's not simple. I'm not saying we can't do that. But let me just make another... We could pass this and see what kind of pushback we get. We worked hard to create like areas. I guess I would feel, and we could, if we feel at some later date we've gotten enough pushback or this is really inconvenient, we could make some other arrangement for people. We could amend the ordinance. But I guess I would also caution against leaving the borough township, because we've consolidated, we haven't done any other of our harmonization of our ordinances in that way. When we were promoting consolidation, we said there are neighborhoods in the borough that are more like the township, and neighborhoods in the township that are more like the borough. And, I think to leave that, I'm going to be asking for my old leaf pickup back. I just think if you leave the old borough line, and we'll get people...
It's not really the old borough line, remember. There are places in the township that are included in the overnight.
There are some places, but I think if we leave that, I'm just saying, we will have people in here where the old line goes right down the middle of the street, and we're going to get as much, if you're worried about pushback, I think we'll get as much pushback for that as we will for extending it to some logical edge.
Mr. Liebman?
I'm not worried, as you know, I'm not worried about pushback at all. It's not the pushback, it's just, I just never noticed, I'm going through Clearview all the time, Durant, I just don't know why we would even want to change anything on those streets. I understand what you're saying, to include them, but it just seems to me that in that area, it's really not needed. I never see an abundance of cars, and I just don't see anything that would make me want to include them within the parking. I understand what you're saying, but I just never see.
So the flip side of that is that we're creating a logical line without really inconveniencing those people very much, because they have driveways, by and large. So...
Okay.
But I also worry that we'll end up just throwing the whole thing out. I feel like it's going to be more acceptable if we tweak the lines, because taking something away from someone who's had it already, we never do that, No, they added new parking. They didn't. They never took it away.
Mr. Simon.
But at some point...
Mr. Simon was waiting to speak, and then Mr. Miller.
Well, so with respect to the neighborhood around Clearview, and I live in that general area, I live on Harriet Drive, the problem we're solving there is the arbitrary boundary and nothing more. Where there's nothing more that we're doing other than trying to avoid the complete arbitrariness of the existing boundary. And a question I have actually, I guess along the same lines, is what's happening on the south side of this at Broadmead and Fitzrandolph? Why is that actually, it looks like we're actually contracting the line instead of expanding it, and can somebody just explain the
There,
logic there?
got to the point, those streets are actually owned by the university. They're private streets, not controlled by our ordinances.
Meaning there's no impact as a result of this change?
Correct.
Mr. Miller?
I would just like to say, one of the worst things we can try and do is to redesign this thing on the fly. And if there is an issue, if enough council members believe that there's an issue with what we've got in the ordinance, then toss it back to the committee and let the committee work on it again and bring it back to council. But to say, look, let's move this boundary a little bit this way or that boundary a little bit that way, can't do that. We've got an ordinance and we've got a map. And what's before us is either introduce the ordinance or don't introduce the ordinance. If we don't introduce the ordinance, then the committee gets the message to go work the problem further.
I have one concern about notification. I know in the past when we do a road project, we bend over backwards and notify the neighbors, and even when we notify the neighbors, the exact wording on the notification has caused issues and complaints in the past. And I don't know what outreach the parking committee has done with the people who are impacted, but it seems like, given some of what we've heard from Marvin and David, there might be some neighborhoods that would welcome more restrictions if it's going to have a positive impact. And to get a sense of, let's not draw the lines necessarily because they look nice on the map, but because we're being responsive to what's going to make a positive impact on the neighborhood. So I wonder if that's really the next step, is now that we have this map and there's something to talk about, to reach out to that group that's between those two lines.
Ask them if they would like their taxes to go down.
I don't think we have to ask them, though. I think it's, I'm putting, people who, I think maybe the concerns of,
I think we need to alert people.
Oh, I do too. I do too.
And it would be nice to alert them while we're making the decision.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, if it were up to me, I would move it back and not even alert them, because I don't think we should change it. That's what I'm saying. But if we do change it, we definitely should alert them.
Couple of things. We had a presentation on this, and it was covered widely in the press. So a lot of people did hear about it and, have shown up here tonight. Again, no, the public comment is closed. The other thing is, if we pass it tonight, there again will be more publicity about it, and people will know about it, and they can come to the public comment. I think it's not quite right to say we drew it so the map looked pretty. I mean, we really spent a lot of time talking about what neighborhoods seem similar and how we could.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to diminish the work that was done, but I think at the same time, and you've acknowledged this too, even though a lot of time has been spent on it, I also don't think that we should go ahead with it just because of that. This is going to be a change. It's going to impact a lot of people, and I think we've said up here before in other instances that it's important for us to reach out and let people know about decisions we're making that are going to be impacting them. And this, for a lot of these neighbors, and if we're going to be charging for them to do something they used to do for free or limiting how they can use their streets, I think we're going to be criticized for process as well as substance if we move forward. Now that I'm seeing this, if we move forward with this without some more direct outreach, and I think having articles in the newspaper, we've never relied on that before for outreach exclusively.
Well, I agree, and I think that the parking committee did a great job. I mean, this had to take an awful amount of time, and the staff. I know you guys did a great job, and I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that from a I don't know, I wasn't on the committee, so I'm coming at it in a different way. It just seems to me that it should be tightened up a little more. I think it was expanded a little too far. And there are areas that David and Marvin mentioned. I definitely think you have to have restriction on parking or it'll be a mess. But there are other areas that I don't think that it has to be. I just don't think that there was ever a problem. I think that you're creating havoc when we don't have to, unintentionally. That's what I'm saying.
I'd like to move the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, well,
It's been moved.
it's been moved and seconded.
Vote it down, but let's...
Okay.
Okay.
So our choices, we're going to vote on it. If it's voted, if it's approved, there'll be a public hearing on June 22nd on the ordinance, but it can't be modified substantially. If it gets voted down, then we'll go back to the committee.
Just to clarify, it can be modified, but it just couldn't be approved on the 22nd if we modify it,
Oh, that's correct, thank you.
right? So,
It
and...
could be reintroduced.
Right, and with respect to that, I think we should be reaching out to the entire town, because the committee, I know, wrestled with the question of whether we should just expand it to the outer border of the town and get rid of the border issues altogether, at least as far as Princeton's control. And we sort of choked on it at first, but hearing the border issues we're hearing now, I'm struggling with what border is going to be good inside the town also. So I'd actually like input from the public, not just where these lines are drawn, but everywhere outside of the town, the part of town that currently has restrictions, because I'd like to understand the impact that people perceive it would have on them.
Well, does that mean that you would consider expanding it to the rest of the town? I mean, because I wouldn't even consider that, and so I don't know why we would put that on the table.
Yes, that's what I'm communicating, is that I don't, is that every border that we draw inside the town is going to create some arbitrary points on it. There's nothing we can do about that.
Right.
The only solution that I think we can come up with that avoids that completely is to blow it out to the entire town, but that may just create too many problems for people that we need some people to come in and tell us about. In my opinion, maybe I'm just off my rockers here a little bit, but...
I disagree. I mean, I think what we heard tonight is that you want to draw the line in a way that makes sense, where you can explain it so that it's having a positive impact on the neighbors and on the neighborhood. And there's some neighborhoods where having the overnight parking restriction, we've heard, where the parking's really tight, where you need it. There's other parts of town where you don't need it. And there's a gray area because where you need it is next to the areas in some places where you don't need it, and then people can park and create problems. But I think it's finding that line where we can justify this is why the line is here. And maybe this captures it, and I know a lot of work was done to try to capture it, but I think we're hearing that there's some concerns that this line might not capture it. So, but anyway, it's late, and there's been a motion by Ms. Butler, seconded by Mr. Miller, and if there's no other comments, then I was going to have...
I
go ahead.
want to say one thing. I'm sorry. You know, Bernie, Jenny, and I worked on this committee. We worked on these streets for a long time. We talked about this. The staff has put in an inordinate amount of time on this. I'm not opposed to, at some point, modifying this if we discover that we have missed something. But just as a starting point, I mean, if you want to go back and have the same discussion that we have had over and over about what line makes sense, it's a committee of one, because I'm not going to, you know, there's only so much I can talk about. I think this is my very best effort.
No, because I have been going back and forth with just leaving the line essentially where it was, given that it's not a perfect line, and it does create, you know, it is, I don't think there's any perfect line, like Patrick is saying, but the advantage is that it has been there, and people bought their houses with those restrictions or not, you know, or with the freedom to park overnight. And so the advantage of keeping the line where it is mainly because it will keep the advantages that we are enjoying or that are good for the town, to where we're restricting parking where it's needed. and it's not changing anything. The disadvantage is that it's the border, and people along the borders, there's always going to be a problem. There's going to be people who complain along any border, for whatever reason the border was created. And I think that now, and I apologize for, going back, I was in the meeting and I was like, all right, I guess I'll go along with this, but now that, I've thought about it more, I'm changing my mind about it because I just think that it's too hard to ask people to give up their overnight parking that they bought their house and expected and have right now.
I gave up my leaf and brush pickup.
Just very quickly, there are at least 4 issues related to the parking. One is the overcrowding that Mr. Goldfarb mentioned. One is the public safety aspect, which we've heard from our public safety officer. One is it makes it much more effective for public works if the streets are cleared. And the fourth is the border issue and how we deal with that and the fairness implications of that. So all of those are on the table, and they all move in different directions. This is not a straightforward issue. I really do want to thank the committee for their work, and I'm going to support this just to keep it on our agenda and moving in terms of introduction. I don't know where we're going to land. We need input. I'm coming around to the view that the inconvenience for people who have driveways is quite modest. But I don't know if I've got it right, and I really would like public input on that.
Well, so if we do that, I think we do need to somehow notify the people in the affected areas.
Well, I would actually suggest we notify the entire town, because this is a debate we have to have that includes...
I don't know, I don't think we should...
The other thing is, that will be setting, that's good. I agree with Patrick, we need to let everyone know, because otherwise, you're really setting a precedent about our ordinance and notifying people on every ordinance we make that will impact them and what our obligation is. So I would...
Right.
I think we notify everybody, but concerned citizens also have some obligation to be paying attention.
Okay. The ordinance has been moved by Ms. Butler and seconded by Mr. Miller. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
No.
Ms. Crum-Miller?
No.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
No.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes. Yes.
Motion is tie.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
In that case, I'm going to vote no, because I feel like this is an issue where there needs to be more consensus before moving forward. I would like to try to come up with a consensus on what our next steps should be.
Well, I'd like to go back to the drawing board and really essentially go back to the former borders that existed.
Well, is there support for that, to just go back to the former Borough Township border?
Well, it's not, yeah, we shouldn't call it that. I know, because it really is not.
I think we need to refer, it's 11 o'clock. We still have things on our agenda. I think we need to refer it back to the committee.
Yeah, okay.
And you can have at it.
Okay, but does the committee want some direction before, do you feel like you've gotten direction? I'd like to tie it up and give you some direction. I don't think so either, so I'd like to, I think we've heard some different things, and,
Well, wait, Lance, you think we should just keep them around the same place, right?
I understand what the committee was trying to do, and I do appreciate the work and time that they put into it. On the map, there are locations that I don't know why we would have done that. I know that we were trying to bring things in sync and so forth, but it just didn't, I don't want to say it didn't make sense. I'm sure it made sense in your view, but it just was something I didn't think that we had to do. I would move to leave them the same and to change some of the streets that we mentioned before in regard to the permits, but as far as changing overnight parking, in some areas, I just couldn't vote on that.
So what?
So you...
Clearview. You want us to change Clearview?
Well, that was an example of what I was
You want
talking about.
that quadrant changed?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Everything, all the other changes
But
can...
that was-
that one
that
would
was
stick back to that
that was an
line that
example.
cuts right through those streets.
I would.
I was going to turn over to Jack for a second.
A question for council is, the Clearview, that area, the eastern section of town appears to be the most controversial. Would council be opposed that if we lifted the restriction on some of the borough streets in that end of town? Use, was it?
I think we would need to check with Public Works and with our police, frankly. I'm not comfortable saying that we can do it just to solve that problem.
Based on what you're, in terms of trying to draw consistent boundaries, essentially you're saying Harrison Street,
I mean,
right?
Right.
There.
I'm not looking to allow parking in places where it previously wasn't. I'm not looking to change that. I mean, which I think is what you're saying. You're saying to move it the other way. No, that's not where I am. I mean, I guess I could be convinced, but I'm more interested in, to me, it's about the equities of what people have been relying on. And so it's not just Clearview. I do just want to point out that it is on the other side of Harrison, you've got Ewing and Linden that I think fall into this category too, that would be included here, that I think you have people who are would be affected.
Okay. All right, it's hard to figure out what the consensus is on council because I think people are, still coming at it from different perspectives. I think what happened, and maybe this is a lesson for some of these other ordinances as they come forward, I think what happened at the last meeting, there wasn't consensus, and we decided to move forward with an ordinance introduction when there wasn't consensus, and in hindsight, maybe we needed another work session to try to figure out where we were going to be. I mean, my sense is that we're not as far away as we might think that we are from this discussion, and maybe I think there's issues certainly with that Clearview neighborhood. I think we need maybe what the parking committee can do, and just let me know if this seems reasonable to everybody else, is just look at what areas are being changed, and on the street, is there an issue there that's being addressed? So is there a problem there or a parking crunch issue there that's being addressed? And if so, if we can just hear more about that at the next meeting, I don't know if that would help make people more comfortable. I'm looking at Ms. Howard.
Well, I feel like that's what we did, and if we have Ms. Howard and Ms. Krummiller who want to stay with the borough line...
It's not the borough line, stop calling it that.
As Patrick pointed out, what we really are solving is the consistency issue in that, so we can take it away, or we can leave the old borough line over there. It is
Right.
over there, the old borough line.
But it's
That's what
not.
it
I
is
mean, because
over there.
I lived for 10 years in the township with an overnight parking
I'm
restriction.
talking about the Clearview area.
I know, but
Jenny.
I'm just saying...
That is the old borough line.
I think that people have this visceral reaction against keeping the borough township line because we consolidated, and I'm just saying, if we don't talk about it, I mean, it really is not a borough township line.
Over there,
It's
it is
about
the borough
respecting,
township.
it's about continuing existing practices, right?
But
to do what?
We've consolidated and we've changed practices in any number of things. We've changed fees to make them consistent. We've changed a lot of things to make them consistent. And
But I
we've
mean,
added.
But I think we know parking is different. I'm just going to make this point. I mean, parking is different. Every single house on Hamilton had a driveway, and yet people didn't want to give up parking on their street. And every single house had, we know parking is different.
Okay, this is what we're going to do. Every person on council has the assignment, except for the people on the parking committee. So the rest of everybody else needs to just jot down their thoughts about this overnight parking issue, what their concerns are, what they are trying to accomplish, and those comments will be sent to the parking committee to make heads or tails of. So if we can't get some consensus direction, at least we can get some individual direction and move on.
Who should we forward them to?
All right, and I think part of this is that this is not easy stuff. Again, I do want to commend the parking committee and thank Deanna and Jack, and I think it's actually good that we're struggling with this. I think it means that we're taking it seriously and that we're trying to find a fair and equitable solution that's going to work, and we have many ordinances ahead of us, so we're going to keep getting better at it with each one. So thank you. Okay. And this, people should send their comments to Jenny. Yes. Okay. Next, we have a whole series of resolutions. Are there any that we should pull out? I think we should talk about this number 5 because of the amount that's there, the $250,000. But is there a motion to move the rest of them in block?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Liverman and seconded by Ms. Crummiller. Are there any questions on any of these or anything that staff feels like we should know before voting? And if not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the resolutions move in block except for the number 5 here, 15-172, which is resolution authorizing use of New Jersey State Contract TI 466 for the upgrade of the audiovisual system located in the main meeting room, Witherspoon Hall, for the amount not to exceed $251,169.55. I don't know if this is going to control the soundproofing for when it rains.
I wish. Unfortunately not.
But can you just go over what's included in that? Because it does seem like a large figure.
Yes. The equipment and installation in this room are improvements. As you know, this room, the technology that's in this room has been there for 14 years now. The equipment is at its useful life. Most of the equipment we're no longer able to get spare parts for. As a result, we need to replace that equipment, and includes all of the cameras, the high-angle cameras that we have, the monitors that are in front of your desk, the control panels and switches for audio and visual in the other room there, the audio mixers, and then there's 2 things that are going to be added. One are additional plug-ins for the system that will be out here, and to give us the capability of doing some video conferencing will be added as part of this also.
We were wondering if, while they're doing that, if they could put some outlets so we could plug our computers in up here.
They're here.
Here?
Yes.
Oh.
There's some over here. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. That was fast. Good work.
All right, are there any other questions on this resolution?
I have a comment
Yeah,
about
Ms.
this.
Butler?
I'm going to vote against this. I'm sorry to spend this amount of money to re-outfit this room when we have this dais that is so far removed from the audience. We tried pulling the table apart. It didn't work. We didn't do it for very long. There's not enough curvature in the dais for us to make eye contact, to have a decent conversation. And so my priority for spending money here would be to have a setup where we interact better with the public. I mean, we've been meeting here for, 2.5 years since consolidation? Is that where we are? I think that the meeting room in the other building is actually a better room for interacting with the people who come to us. We're not on the dais, and, not this high up and not that far removed. And if we're going to spend that kind of money, I'd go spend it in the other room. We're never full. I mean, and I don't know what the capacity is. I know these are bigger chairs and whatnot, but, I think the sound is better, I think the lighting is better, and the dais is curved enough so that we can actually make eye contact, and we're not a mile apart, so I'm voting no. And if we redo all this I guess I just wonder whether all of this equipment is really necessary. And I have no way of knowing. I assume the IT committee approved it or went over it.
I mean, that's a
but,
great question.
You know, I know it all has to work together, but if we buy it all now, it all expires about the same time too, so.
Did the IT committee talk about it?
Well, I missed the IT committee this morning, but they definitely talked about it and approved it. I mean, frankly, it's beyond my expertise. You know, I can look at the list and my eyes glaze over. I mean, and I think maybe that's the same. I think we just are relying on Bob McQueen, frankly, because I don't think many people have the expertise to look at this and understand it and know for sure that, really anything about it. But the school, apparently the schools use the same consultant. That was one thing that was comforting to me.
Should we ask the IT committee to look at this and see how, and scrub it? And
Well, they did. They did look at it. I mean, they looked at it as much. I'm just saying, they couldn't really look at it and say, oh, that projector, we could do that for less. You know, I just don't think there's that kind of expertise on that committee.
Can I ask a process question? How was this $250,000 spend put together?
Sorry. I'm not sure the question that you're asking at this point.
Look, here's my idea, and you tell me why it doesn't work. I know that we're using a state contract, so we're not required to put this out to public bid, but we've essentially had, it looks like, one bid, and I don't know how to validate it. If we had multiple bids, and we had the bidders explaining why their bid is better for this kind of dollar amount, we might actually get some clarity around what we need and priorities. It's very difficult for all of us up here to look at this list of equipment and say, yes, we need this for $250,000. It may be true that we do. I can't say we do, I can't say we don't right now. It's just very difficult for us to judge that. So I'm struggling with whether to just vote this because I want the ability to do conference calls and have that. I'm not sure what to spend on it.
You could do, and again, you could either go out for a bid or go out for an RFP for that process in order to make that determination, if that's something council wanted to do. It would delay the process.
That might be a good idea.
Or we could have somebody consult.
you could do that
come
too.
in and talk.
He has had one consultant come in. I mean, that's what telemeasurements is, right? That they're
also the vendor.
They're the vendor,
Can we have the vendor? Can we have a vendor come in, or Bob McQueen come in and explain to us?
The guy what's in our packet is the vendor/consultant.
What I would suggest, there's two things that we could do. This is a state contract. There may be other state contractor vendors, so you give some kind of comparison. We can ask some other state contractor vendors to give us the same information so that you have something to look at. Or you can go out, and the other option would be, sometimes I'm a little concerned when you talk IT and you go out for bid for the IT. Maybe it's an RFP that we may want to go out for, but I'll talk to Bob, and maybe there's a different way of doing it.
Well,
Right.
and just so you know, I understand the overall goal and the upgrade, and I'm supportive of it. And if this is what it ends up costing us, I mean, we're going to have to make the investment sooner or later. It's just hard to know with this presented to us in this packet whether that's where we're at.
I think if council wants us to look at that, we can look at that and kind of bring this back to you.
I agree that it's a good idea to do that.
Okay.
Do we need to
Thank you.
table it? Or nobody moved
I think we
it?
just don't introduce it. We don't introduce it, and we just let it be. Is that all right, Madam Clerk? Okay. Okay, so next we come to the consent agenda, which contain items of a routine nature, which are passed by single vote. Are there any items anybody would like removed from the consent agenda? And if not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Butler and seconded by Ms. Krumiller. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda passes, and now is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's moved by Mr. Miller and seconded by Mr. Liverman. All in favor? Oh, we took it off because they're still working on it. No problem.